Okay, it's 6:30. Good evening, everyone. Everyone, please take a seat. I'm calling the meeting to order. Mauricio, call the roll, please.
Commissioner Lama,
Here.
Commissioner Stuyvesant. Here. Commissioner Vizcarra,
Here.
Vice Mayor Joseph,
Here.
Mayor Svechin,
Here.
all members present, ma'am.
Great. If everyone could please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Jessica, will you lead us in the pledge?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If you can just stay standing, please. We have something special. Maria is here to sing the Star Spangled Banner for us. Go ahead.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched was so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Bravo.
Thank you so much.
Please be seated. Tonight, we're not going to have an invocation. A few weeks ago, on May 24th, we experienced a tragedy in our city, and someone that works at the school experienced a tragedy. Two young men, both 18 years old, were violently murdered on May 24th. And so I would like to take a moment of silence in recognition of Kevin Vilka and William Alexander III. Thank you. Mauricio?
Mayor, would you like to do the opening statement?
Yes, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome and thank you for being here tonight. Please turn off or mute any electronic devices to avoid interrupting these proceedings. In all issues that come before the City Commission, we ask that everyone show mutual respect for one another by listening quietly to each person speaking, and that everyone refrain from any clapping, heckling, or verbal outbursts in favor or in opposition to a speaker. Individuals that do not adhere to Chapter 74, Rules of Procedure of the Code, particularly Section 74-21, decorum, shall be barred from further appearance before the Commission. Individuals who want to speak on any item on the agenda are asked to fill out a public speaker's card and give it to the City Clerk before the item is called. Speakers are asked to speak to the issues, make comments concise and to the point, and refrain from making duplicate comments. All speakers will be limited to 3 minutes. If you speak out of turn without permission from the chair and/or do not cease speaking after one warning, you will be escorted out of the chambers.
Great. Thank you. Before we get to the minutes, I just wanted to add to that a few reminders. I was told that it's hard to hear us sometimes on the dais and also whoever comes to the podium, so please speak close to the podium and as rather the microphone and loudly. We have a very long agenda tonight, so I'm asking everyone to follow decorum. We're going to stay strictly within the 3 minutes. Everything is through the chair, which is through me. Questions, comments, that's for us here on the dais, my colleagues, and anyone here in the audience. And I want to recognize former Mayor Norman Nettlecup, former Vice Mayor Lou Thaler, and our former City Attorney Hans Ottenat, who's here as well. Thank you. Go
First
ahead.
item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes for May 18th, 2023.
I'll take a motion.
Motion.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Next item is the order of the business. We have no changes, but just some additional information that was circulated to the commission earlier this week. There was additional information provided for item 5A, which is the proclamation for the Hadzala South Florida Emergency Medical Services. Additional information provided for the transit study. Additional information provided for the presentation of the Dune Master Plan. And additional information for the approval of the Millennium Agreement for the Real-Time Crime Center.
Okay. We have seats up front if you all want to come down. So rather than me presenting this, the Executive Director, Andre Reutman, is here. I'd like to call him up if he can just speak a little bit about his organization.
While he does that, Mayor, can we just have a motion to approve the order of the business?
Oh, yes, of course. I'll take a motion.
So moved.
Second. Second by the Vice Mayor.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Hi, Madam Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you very much for having us here today.
I just need your name and address for the record.
My name is Andre Reutman. My address is 20855 Northeast 31st Place. I'm the director of Hadzala South Florida. Hadzala is the Hebrew word for rescue. Hadzala is a faith-based emergency medical volunteer organization, and we attend to the community in general, but more specifically for the cultural nuances and the religious sensitivities that we find in the Jewish community. A few examples, for example, Holocaust survivors, sometimes they have very specific concerns that they carry throughout their lives, and we're trained, people are trained to be able to deal with those. Hebrew speaker, Yiddish, people that cannot properly communicate with the local agencies. We're here to create that bridge that will help the community to be better served in case of emergency. Also, the idea of Hadzala is to have EMTs, licensed EMTs and paramedics across the city. When they're 100% volunteers and they're on call 24/7. They can work, they have a family, but they always carry a radio. When there's an emergency and somebody called the Hadzala hotline and we're dispatched, we stop, our lives stop, our spouses will wait, our work will stop, and we run to help whoever is in distress. Our response time target is to be within 3 to 7 minutes, depending on the neighborhood. Some neighborhoods, it's easier to respond. Neighborhoods like Aventura and Sunny Isles have high risers. It takes longer to get to the patient. Our idea is to have as many volunteers as possible in the city. We have currently 2 ambulances. They're situated in the Aventura area. We have been responding to Sunny Isles quite frequently. We have also residents of Sunny Isles that respond. Each responder is an EMT or paramedic volunteer licensed, Florida State licensed, and everyone carry full equipment to be able to respond to a medical emergency. So if there is a call and somebody lives in that building, he's gonna come in with full medical equipment to start patient care until the ambulance can come and proceed with the transport. We work very closely with the local agencies, especially with the police department, as our cars, as per the state license, we are allowed to have on private vehicles lights and sirens to be able to get to the patient quicker. Our relationship with the police is very important to make sure that our responders can get to the scene as quick as possible in a safe manner. In Sunny Isles, we have a very strong relationship with the police department. Our chief has been a tremendous advocate for Hadzala and has been supportive from day one. Mayor, also, thank you very much for your support. We are here to collaborate with the local agencies. We're here to collaborate with the city. Anything that is required from Hatsala, we're all volunteers. We're 24/7 available to be able to help the community in any way, in any capacity that we can, especially in times of medical emergencies. It's so hard. People are not prepared for medical emergencies. We also license with the American Heart Association for training for CPR and special emergency situations. We're always available to do that in a volunteer basis. Hatsala doesn't charge for transport. Hatsala is here to help whenever it's possible.
Thank you very much. And when we met a few months ago, I thought that we had already done this, so I'm very happy to provide that proclamation. And I just want to stress that when I did the research on you all, you aim for under 3 minutes, which is amazing. And it's free for everyone, regardless of religion, which I didn't even know. So it's really great, and thank you for what you do. Do you all want to go down so we could take a picture of the proclamation? Okay. Next presentation.
Next item is 5B, police presentations for promotion and recognition by the Chief of Police.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Mr. Manager, elected officials. Thank everyone for coming tonight. I want to start off by calling up Golden Beach Captain Diaz and Lieutenant Perez up here also. And I want everyone to please stand up and recognize Sergeant Batista from Golden Beach, who was shot twice and is here tonight. Thank you. So April 29th, it was a Saturday night, going into Sunday morning around 3 a.m. One of our officers, Pete Carmuzzi, got an alert of a stolen vehicle coming into our city. It was a 2015 Nissan Altima, and he issued the bolo over their frequency, and immediately Sergeant Batista and our officers, Pete, picked up the car and attempted to stop it, at which time it fled. Fled from our officers, recklessly trying to get away, struck 2 Golden Beach vehicles attempting to get away, went into Hollandale Beach, and actually crashed just west of A1A on top of the bridge. These cowards bailed out of the vehicle and ran north through the hotels, and without hesitation, Sergeant Batista, Officer Carmoz gave chase without hesitation. Witnesses flagged them down, pointed to where one of the subjects was. Officer Carmoz and an additional Golden Beach officer took him into custody. Sergeant Batista continued to pursue another subject. As Officer Carmoz finished taking him into custody, he heard several gunshots. Officer Carmoz reverted back to his training and ran towards those gunshots at which time he observed an officer down. Sergeant Batista also reverted back to his training, took out his tourniquet, unable to apply it due to his wounds. Officer Cremos took the tourniquet, applied it to Sergeant Batista, stopped the bleeding, possibly saved the arm, and Hollywood detectives, with their help, took him to the hospital, where he is standing here tonight. And we're very thankful, proud of you. He's a warrior. He's a true warrior being here tonight. I would like to call Peter up here for his life-saving efforts, but I would also like to also acknowledge one of our newly promoted sergeants back here. It was his canine dog searched and found the coward hiding in the mangroves that shot Sergeant Batista. His dog found him hiding in the mangroves, fought the officers, dog bit him, they took him into custody, and they also recovered a gun that was within his reach. His dog saved additional lives that night. Pete, you want to say thank you?
Thank you, I appreciate it. I'm humbled and grateful. And what I did was, I feel anybody would have done. Any of us would have done that. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Keep up the great work.
We're going to go into the second half of our presentation. We're going to honor both Raul Diaz and David Barrios. If we can come on up. Raul has been with us just under 20 years. Okay, he's former canine officer. His dog just retired. And let me tell you, he went out with a bang. Great job that night. Knowing the subject was armed, Raul had no fear going after and doing what he had to do to make sure that coward got apprehended. And Raul, congratulations. He's recently been promoted to the rank of sergeant. Officer David Barrios has been with us for just over 15 years, formerly a motorman. All of you, if you recognize him, might not be a good thing. He probably wrote you a ticket. Again, fantastic job. We're going to miss him out there writing the tickets. You're going to be very difficult to replace. He was a worker. Now he is also promoted to the rank of sergeant. I'd like to congratulate him also. And I would like to invite your special person to come down to print your badges. Be careful.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. This is just another reminder to please speak into the microphone, and this is a good time to remind you, if you want to speak on an item, please fill out a public speaker's card in the back. Next item.
Next item is 5C, a trend and study presentation by the Cordino Group.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Mark Alvarez from the Cordino Group. We've completed the transit study. We have slides. Oh, we do, okay. We just completed it. We've issued the final report and would like to go over the recommendations tonight. I'll keep it fairly short. So we're going to skip the first half of it, and if you have questions, we can go back to those slides. We'll just cover the recommendations. So I'm going to flash through them. Maybe. Okay.
Hi, everyone. Half the audience.
Sorry, thank you. So the recommendations I'm going to present in about 6 different pieces. And the first set of recommendations, just before we get into them, I want to go over what they're about. So when we looked at the route, it's a very difficult city to make an efficient route because it's shaped, like I said from the beginning, a comb. And we always have to do these dog legs out and back. So one of the major problems with the route as it is now is schedule adherence. It can't stay on time. It's got a very long route. It's always late, and it takes a long time. So we really focused on that. The coverage of the city is very good. We don't need to cover anymore. We just focused on the schedule at first and also rationalizing the routes because there was no clear difference between orange and blue. So the new route is as you see it. And basically what we've done is we've taken the blue route and made it more or less an eastern route, mostly along Atlantic Boulevard, Collins, and taking care of more of the commercial aspects of what the route covers. And the orange route with 2 buses focusing much more on the residential areas back towards North Bay Road. So they don't really cross. They have a more clear identity. In doing that, we also did some truncations, which I'll get to in a minute, shortening a few pieces. And we also, of course, lost a few stops on Collins. So the blue route, because of the way the route came out, there are 3 stops on Collins Avenue between where the Milums is, and we cover the Milums, but in those 3 stops between 163rd and where the Milums is, they're well covered by Dade County. They're well within walking distance of the Milam stop or any of the orange route stops, so we let those go. We also lost a route on Collins a little further north, again, just because of the routing, and we were skipping an area of Collins. We also focused on trying to get them off of Collins Avenue, which is also very difficult. There's a lot of delays on Collins because of construction and traffic and so forth, and we have plenty of bus service. We did, and I said we truncated a little bit, so we lost some bus stops. We lost those 4 I mentioned. We also took, like I said, I'll go to the next slide. We also took 3 areas that were sort of the prongs on the comb. the Arlen House, Coastal Towers, and Ocean View, where the buses go very deep into the development. They go all the way west. At the time, the staff has already taken care of some of these. The administration has cut some of them back, but we recommended also to bring all those to the front of the developments, or in the case of Coastal Towers, since there's a very convenient turnaround, to just let the buses come in and only go to there. It means that the people further west, in the most western buildings, do have to walk further. It's well within a quarter of a mile, so we consider that to be the limit. And in exchange, we'll get to it in 2 slides or 3 slides, we've recommended adding bus stops to these locations so that it would be more convenient for those passengers who have to walk a little further to have a place to wait where they can sit down in the shade. And with that, have some actual live information about the bus schedule. So those are the 3 that really get cut back. And again, these are very difficult runs for the drivers. There's speed bumps, they're turning around in parking lots, it's not safe. We want them to turn around in traffic circles. We want them to turn around on public streets, not in parking lots. I rode the buses. There are many times where somebody would park their 20-foot long pickup truck, and the bus driver has to back the bus up, which again is a very dangerous thing to do with a bus. So we try to eliminate all of that. Again, your administration has taken care of Arlen House and Coastal Towers already. We're basically verifying that, and along with that, we would recommend to fund bus stops at the fronts of those developments, so that when people do walk up there, they have a convenient place to wait. Also on the Orange Line, we looked at Golden Shores quite carefully. The ridership is very low in there. However, we consider it still important to go into Golden Shores. So the best way to originally just considered going into Atlantic Boulevard at 189th and coming out 185th, but it didn't make a whole lot of difference on the schedule if we went back to North Bay Road. But what we did instead is we cut only the northern part of it. So again, those houses that are, the furthest house is still within a quarter of a mile of where the bus stops. It's not that far to walk. We still serve the townhomes on the eastern side of it, by the Atlantic Boulevard side, and we still come into the neighborhood. But again, that's a very long, arduous loop for the drivers to make. Most of the drivers affirmed that not only we saw it on the data, but they said a lot of times they will call each other and try to skip the stop to make sure that they can get back on schedule, because they know very few people go on the buses in Golden Shores, but we'll still retain service. This is an area where it was just a matter of rationalizing these routes. So the Orange Line used to go the Orange Line used to go through RK Centers and go stop at the Milums, and the Blue Line would go to North Bay Road. And we thought that was a little backwards. We said, we'll try to make the Blue Line, it's only 1 bus, and we're trying to limit the number of stops, make it a little more of the express, so that stays closer to the commercial side, and then North Bay Road gets the Orange Line, which already serves all of the residential areas within the city. So sorry, I'm going to skip around. I'm trying to save a little time. One of the things that we surveyed, as you know, we did a survey, an online survey. We did surveys on the bus, and we asked people what stops they would like to go to that we don't already serve. So the top stops were the 6 that we have here. There was the Hallandale Walmart, the Aventura Target, Brightline Station, Gulfstream, and then we asked about FIU, Alonzo and Tracy Morning High, and FIU. The FIU, Alonzo and Tracy Morning were very unexpectedly low desires. Alita State was about 20% said yes. The highest were the Walmart, the Brightline, and the Target. However, we looked at these, we looked at them very carefully, and it seemed like Brightline was an obvious one, because if you park in the same garage as the bus stop at Aventura, you look right across at it, but it's very hard to get to. Scheduling that adds about 10 minutes at least to the schedule, because we have to go to Ives Dairy and make the turnaround, or we have to go down to Miami Gardens and go past the Otis School traffic. So thinking about it and really thinking carefully about who rides the bus and who's going to go to Brightline Station, we had to take that out. It just killed the schedule on either one of the orange or blue lines. With that, the same can be said for all of them. Target is also very difficult to get to. Hallandale is impossible. It's very long. We almost go there with the blue line, and that's actually the reason the blue line goes to the fire station at Hallandale. But to cross the bridge gives us that problem again of crossing a drawbridge, so we lose the schedule. That line also has very low ridership, that piece of the line. It's only about, give or take, 1 per day, about 30-something per month. So that's been cut, and we also lose the Walmart, but we're going to bring that back in a few slides. Also, Alonzo and Tracy Morning and FIU are absolutely impossible. They're very long distance, they're very hard on the schedule. The state park is not so bad, but again, it's kind of long. In all of these cases, they are, with the exception of Hallandale, as we've now truncated it from the fire station, every one of them can be reached by a connection to another free transit. So North Miami Beach provides service to, actually not to the park, but to FIU and to Alonzo and Tracy Morning through their Route A. Brightline Station has its own transit from Aventura Mall. It's quite efficient. It's not in the bus station, but it's at where the valet parking is. So that's an easy connection, also free. Even if you buy the cheap ticket, that one is free. Target is reachable by Aventura's bus shuttle service. Again, it's free from their North Line, and Gulfstream is also reachable from Aventura's shuttle service. All of those connect at Aventura Mall. The Walmart is the one that we're going to leave out there, and we'll talk about that in a minute or two. So let me finish skipping around. We also do recommend additional bus stops, and there's a list in the report of those stops. I mentioned 3 of them already where we've foreshortened the route, but we also recommend some bus stops at some of the larger locations. It's really only 4. And then we recommended 19 of these dynamic schedules. If you go to the Intracoastal Mall at the Winn-Dixie, you'll see that North Miami Beach has one of these installed. It's basically a live schedule kiosk on the bus stop that shows the next arrival, and it's live. It's just like using the app. Because one of the things we found out talking to the drivers and doing the interviews and doing the surveys is that there's a number of people who ride the bus right now, mostly elderly, who are not very savvy with using the phone app. They're not comfortable with it, and we need another way to provide that information to them. So most of them, when we asked, mostly sort of on the bus, they said, well, if I could just see it at the stop, that would be great. So we saw this, and we think that that would be good to replicate. They're about $7,000 each. They're not cheap, but they're solar powered. They don't need electricity. And we would recommend putting those into a number of the stops where we have transfers, where we have major, you can't see that, I apologize, where we have major transfers between the blue and orange line, or we have shopping centers, the Publix, Edel Cup School, any of those locations, also all the locations where we did the truncations. So it adds up to about $34,000 if we were to do all of them. Again, the administration has already programmed 6 of those, and they're already in your budget for 2023-24. So we're recommending about 15 more. 13 more, I'm sorry. For those who do use the phone app, there are some problems, and again, I know administration is already working on this and renegotiating the contract possibly, but there are some issues with the pages on that app where the next arrival page doesn't track the bus properly. The map does, but that one doesn't, and apparently people will say, it'll say, next bus in 5 minutes, and the bus already passed, kind of thing. So those are fairly easy fixes. One very important for those who use the app. And finally, we do know that there's new buses being ordered, but in the future, we would recommend going to low-floor buses because a lot of the time at stops, and the passengers also noted this, the drivers also noted, the 3 steps on the larger buses is very time-consuming for a lot of the passengers. So as the city goes forward, for future orders of buses, low-floor buses would be much better. We would recommend right now to start retrofitting with some of the buses with bicycle racks in the front, as most of the county transit has. So those who want to ride their bike and catch the bus, go somewhere, they can do that. And finally, for Sunday service. Sunday service is very low ridership. It's about 20% of the average day's ridership. And there's a lot of questions about whether we should continue to provide service on Sundays. What we're recommending, and I know the city is already looking into it, is to do on-demand mobility, which is like Freebie or Uber even has one. It's basically you hail the car with your phone, and it comes to you, it delivers you door to door. There are a number of versions of that. The first thing, and I'm going to go through these a little faster, but for the vehicle, a lot of times you see them, they're called LSEVs, they look like big golf carts. We don't recommend those. Mostly because those are illegal on Lehman Causeway. They can only be on a state or county road with a speed limit of 35 or lower. So that cuts it out. And I also think for a safety issue, those going on Collins, if one of those gets rear-ended, it's not as safe as a regular vehicle. So we would recommend contracting for the vans. And we're figuring it's probably in the range of 10 people per hour on a Sunday, on a good Sunday. And 2 vans would cover that pretty well, going to different locations and providing still good service if they were, say, on opposite sides of the city. We would suggest, and they call it a geofenced area, a service area, we would recommend that you provide the same service area as the bus currently provides now, with the exception of Hallandale's fire station. So it would go to the Intracoastal Mall, go to Aventura, everything in the city. What we would add instead is, instead of the Hallandale Beach Fire Station, to just go to the Walmart, because that's actually where people want to go. So we could add Walmart in for Sunday service, and it would ameliorate the issue of anyone who wanted to take the bus and take a transfer to go to the Walmart. Now they could go directly, but only on a Sunday. And a little bit of an experimentation, we would probably, because it doesn't take a lot when we're doing on-demand service, we would suggest going to Oleta State Park, because Sunday is an ideal place for that. Again, maybe nobody uses it. We'll know. We'll find out from the data. It's also a fairly easy one to get to from the Intracoastal Mall, so it's kind of within your range. Those are the recommendations. Along with that, usually these companies provide a turnkey service. They'll do a lot of the advertising, a lot of promotion for you, but we think that the city should go out to public meetings and let people in condo associations know about it. Also in the contract, you should contract to get data back from the cert provider, because you want the data, you want to know what to do next year, and the best way to know what to do next year is to get their data on origin destination, where people are going, how many people per hour, et cetera. And just as a very rough estimate, the cost on that, so if we took the buses out of service on Sundays, we don't save a lot because you own the buses, you still have to maintain them, you don't get real savings out of that. But on labor and fuel and mileage, there's about a $28,000 savings. We anticipate that 2 vans from any of these companies, and again, it's not possible to pin it down, is going to be in the range of $65,000 to $70,000 for a year contract. Again, there's a lot of aspects to those contracts, but somewhere in that range. So it would still be a cost to the city of about $40,000 more dollars, give or take. So that's it.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I guess before we hear from staff, does anyone have questions? Commissioner Stuyvesant, do you have any questions? Vice Mayor?
What you were
Get
saying
close
about
to the microphone, please.
the informational signs, how many lines do they allow for? How many lines of
I
information?
think there's 3 lines. So you get the next arrival, and it's live, so it's actually correct.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Lama?
The cost for the Sunday service, our service, that includes labor, right? If I see correctly from here? There's labor
Yes.
that's been calculated into, okay,
Correct.
all right, thanks.
Commissioner Viscara?
Thank you. I had a couple of questions and comments, and I hate to say this because Sunday service sounds like church, but do you recommend eliminating the Sunday service? Or, is it worth considering just not having any Sunday service?
No, actually, and it's in the report. We're recommending it as a trial for a year. You own your buses, so it makes a big difference. So see how it works for a year. A lot of times these services get more popular, and
Okay.
they don't always want to go back to a bus, so you might be stuck with it for Sundays. We would not recommend it to go to weekday service ever. Even if you expanded to possibly a Saturday, your weekday service, you need the capacity, mostly because, and we've scheduled the buses to try to meet at Edel Cup and provide a lot of capacity, but you have these issues where you really need the capacity of a bus. So we would probably, at least at this point in time, for the next few years, not recommend doing that. And again, there's something you'd have to phase. If you ever did, you would have to phase it out over a number of years because you do own your buses. And you'd have to amortize them and, kind of do it that way.
And the other thing, just wanted to make two other comments. I was also very surprised by the low demand for the FIU ATM masked piece, because that's very different from what I hear. But again, if people don't participate in the surveys, then those needs don't get, if that's what happened, But I was thinking in reading your report, which by the way, I like the way it was presented, that I didn't know, like what you mentioned, I didn't know that there were connections to these other free services through other municipalities. And if there is a need that's not being reflected, about ATM or even FIU or MAST, that perhaps I was going to recommend that our youth advisory committee, maybe they can address that and show us how to connect and address the needs of that population. Because I do believe there is a need, and I didn't see it reflected, but I understand if you don't get the data, you got to work with what you get.
I agree. I was surprised by that too, I have to say. We did have 412, I think, surveys returned on the online. We had about 43 on the bus, which is actually good for bus surveys. So I was a little surprised, but they are very far out of range. And I believe for ATM, you're outside of the range where you don't get service from Dade County Public Schools because you're beyond the mile.
ATM does, but MAST doesn't because it's a magnet program. But the issue is if you want to, participate in any after-school activity, then the bus is gone. Your school bus is gone.
Correct.
And then you still have to solve the transportation issue. So I'd be curious to learn more about how those connections work so that part of the population can maybe solve their problem a different way if it's not something that we can provide.
Okay. I know I'm taking time, but just on the MAST issue, the other MAST, the one on Key Biscayne, they provide a bus that goes to a Dade County bus stop, and they've solved the problem somewhat that way. So they make a connection themselves, and then it may be possible in the future. That's all I'm saying.
Something to think about. And also the other comment I wanted to make is in one of your slides, you mentioned that the overcrowding of the school is part of the problem with the traffic that's putting us behind in keeping the schedule, and also how full some of the places may be. And I see one other thing. And Olita, are you suggesting going into the park or just dropping people off outside of it?
I think since we're experimenting on that one with on-demand service, we can go into the park.
Because on weekends, that's a really long line getting in there too.
I know. And we're sort of foisting that experiment on the on-demand service, I guess, and see how it goes.
Okay, so this is my last one. So this is my takeaway from your presentation, that we're looking at something that's more efficient with the same number of buses. The bus routes themselves are not for more money unless we do the bus stops and everything else, right? And it would better serve our residents. That's my takeaway from your report. Is that accurate?
Yes, we're trying to better service, same cost.
Great, thank
approximately.
All right, thank you. I have two questions to the Deputy Manager. The first one is to Commissioner Vizcarra's point. Is there an opportunity to connect those apps with, whatever the apps the other cities are using so that you can see it, especially for the kids, they would be able to, very quickly adapt to it. So you would know where the connections are?
So yes, they're looking into having the app that is the same as the other cities so that it's all
Okay.
on one app, yes.
All right. And what is your recommendation as far as this report?
I thought it was a very solid report, very thorough. I was impressed. I think that our route before was very subjective, and this took it out of that and became very efficient. So having that express route and the orange route be more residential, I think is a win for everyone. There's a couple, it's going to be a change, and people are going to have to transfer at a couple locations, but I think in the end, it's a great recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next item?
Next item is 5D, a presentation by the Environment Sustainability Advisory Committee regarding the Dune Master Plan.
So I just, for clarification, thank you for coming again. And so because this commission has already been presented this, and I got a presentation from you all separately, I reviewed some of the emails going back and forth this past year. Well, I was not, the past fiscal year. So there was a lot of conversation between, everyone on the dais. So right now, you're not exactly presenting. What I wanted you to do is, potentially just let us know what you need from us.
Okay, my name is Patricia Alvarez. I'm the chair for the ESAC committee. This year, I was part of the previous committee with Felix too, and we worked hard with Lee in order to create the master dune plan for the city of Sunny Isles. All the other cities, our vicinity city, the Hollywood, Surfside, and Hallandale, they already have one in place. It was accomplished last year, but the master dune plan was presented, like you said, in the workshop that was done on December, and it was not able to be voted at that time. And the only thing that the new committee want is finally to get the master dune plan approved and probably do an ordinance to enforce it.
Okay, great. So first, does anyone have any questions? Commissioner Vizcarra, Commissioner Lama,
No,
Vice Mayor?
Yes, I have a question.
Please go ahead.
So this master plan, did you prepare it?
No, it was prepared by Lee Gottlieb, which is the person who was.
Hello, Lee.
Hello.
Okay, hello, Lee.
Hello.
Okay, and so this was previously presented by Christina Miskus?
Yes, she was the chair for the prior committee. Yes.
Okay, and she's not here tonight?
She's not here today. She's part of the board also, and
Right.
she was the person who passed the motion to bring it today, but she wasn't able to make it today.
Okay.
That's why Felix and myself
All right,
are here.
so are you, since you were a committee person the last time, are you able to answer questions, or would those go to Lee?
They will, depending on what question do you need.
Okay, well, regarding the dunes themselves, I know that the Army Corps of Engineers has specific recommendations and also design specifications for dunes. What is it that you're recommending for Sunny Isles? Is it 6-foot dunes?
We actually didn't recommend any height at all. That would be left to the individual developer or the city to make determinations of height. What we laid out was a plan of what a dune would look like, how it functioned, and the specific type of plants that should be used in the dune. We didn't make any specific recommendations for height at all.
I understand. Okay, so if you plant, and I know that we planted sea oats at several locations, but if you rely just on the sea oats in order to create a dune, that would take, what, about 50 years?
No, it would probably take about 2 to 3 years.
For how much of a dune?
For about 4 to 6 feet.
4 to 6 feet? Well, that's created in what manner? That's from blowing sand,
By
correct?
nature, sand blowing onto the grasses themselves.
So
That's
you-
the process of a dune to build by itself. We don't force the dune by height, we allow it to grow on its own accord. So it will accumulate up to 1 foot a year.
A foot a year. Okay. So, and that's on not county property. That would be on private owner property, correct?
Well, we would assume it would be on private owner property, that's
Yes.
correct.
So then the private owner would have a say in whether they wanted a dune or not?
Well, that's what we would hope, is that they would have a say, but they would have some guidelines as to what this dune would look like based on this dune master plan.
Okay, but where you're saying to have a ordinance, that's basically forcing it on them, isn't it?
It's forcing them if they decide to build a dune. It does not force them to build a dune.
Okay, so what's the purpose of the ordinance?
So if they decide to build a dune, they have criteria to follow. Rather than the developer, the individual properties deciding they want to make a tropical paradise, what we were hoping is that they would see the value in the dune system and understand it would provide them with protection, would stabilize the beach and provide habitat for nesting birds and turtles.
Right. Okay, so if you have a 6-foot dune and you have someone at a pool area, they might not see the water, correct?
Well, it depends on the elevation of the pool.
Right.
Vice Mayor, I just want to clarify, this is the committee that we have appointed to come to us with a recommendation. Do you have any new questions for them? Because I don't want to just continue sort of this back and forth. These questions have already been answered.
Well, I believe when we had
Closer
the
to the
workshop,
microphone.
and from the answers that we received, this did not move forward.
Okay, I don't know because I wasn't on the commission then. So, so you have objections? Is that what you're saying?
I do have.
Okay. All right. And because normally the way that we have function is the committee comes and makes a presentation, and normally we do act on that. And this is something that you all developed from last year. Procedurally, how does this work, City Attorney?
So you've had a consultant prepare a master plan, and that's been vetted by your advisory committee. They're providing a recommendation to you. As a commission, you, with any master plan, have a choice of agreeing with it and approving it, depending on what you want to do with it. So it could be aspirational, where, as the gentleman stated, you have a developer come in for development, and these are guidelines that we'd like for you to follow if you're going to have a dune. More aspirational, something to look to as a guideline. Or you can codify it in your land use development regulations and require them to do what the master plan entails within the parameters that you set as to what you want in your ordinance.
Okay, and for clarification, this again, what you all are requesting, if they choose to create a dune, this ordinance would apply. Is that what you all have requested?
I
Yes?
think that's what we've all agreed upon,
Okay.
yes.
And
All right.
procedurally, then, we would prepare with staff, if the commission, the majority of the commission approves the master plan as is, without any changes, that would be approved, and then staff, in conjunction with staff, would prepare an ordinance that would incorporate those requirements within your existing land use development code.
Okay, so do we need a motion for that?
No,
or-
we just need guidance.
Oh,
The
all
item would come back to you for approval, and it would be vetted again as an ordinance would under
Okay.
normal circumstances.
One second, Vice Mayor, I want to hear from Commissioner Stuyvesant.
Yeah, I like the idea of making it aspirational and the guideline. Again, I'm more for less government, no more government, and I don't want to impose anything to anybody. I would like to share that information with every condominium or association that is in the beach, and maybe even do a campaign requesting them to participate, and maybe do some kind of campaign that whoever participate get some proclamation, award, or whatever, and make sure that they understand how important it is. By making it maybe an ordinance where we have to them, we will have court enforcement on top of them if they are not being in compliance, etc. I don't want more government, I want less government, but I want them to be able to know what is it that we want to reach, what is our goal, and move with us in that direction without imposing on them what to do. That's my take.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
Yes, so I know that there have been lawsuits that I've researched online regarding private property owners who had imposed upon them dunes that blocked their view. Are you aware of those?
Absolutely.
Yes.
That's an ongoing problem, views being obstructed, limited access to the beach.
And
so forth.
millions of dollars have been paid out, correct?
Well, if a property owner decides to do it, which is a voluntary action on their part, I don't see that there would be litigation. I don't think we're proposing that everybody has to build a dune, but if they decide to build a dune, these are the guidelines. And to your point, most cities have adopted this by resolution and then ultimately incorporated into their comprehensive master plan, which takes a period of time to do. So I kind of agree with you that we don't want to force this down people's throats, but I think people need to know there are guidelines, and these are the city's guidelines. And maybe when reviewing plans for new projects to be built here in Sunny Isles, the planning department has that consideration that these are our guidelines and to see if the developer is abiding by those guidelines.
Okay, Commissioner Viscar?
Yeah, I also had the concern about this being the overlap with the private property, not so much because of the view from the pool, but because there's often a cost associated with maintaining, and then you're imposing that expense on the property owners. And for that reason, I also favor the idea of keeping it a guideline and providing as much information as possible. And if we do it, if it's gonna be, to me, it being voluntary and having an ordinance doesn't go together, So I prefer keeping it a guideline and that we can, I really like the vegetation, what was it called? The plant palette. I thought that was a very nice idea, very good, very helpful tool. And I would favor keeping it a guideline and encouraging and helping even when possible.
Commissioner Lum?
Yeah, I just wanted to, if you could help me jot my memory. I mean, I know Christina presented this. That was the recommendation from this same committee. But didn't we already work a sand dune project sometime last year by the Newport? Oceania, right? Yes. Yeah.
In partnership with Adopt a Dune, which is Lee's organization.
Correct, yeah.
Oceania took on the burden, the expense of
I remember
removing the
that, yeah.
old, and we contributed with some plants, and they got volunteers to plant it.
Yeah, I remember that. So from what I understand, obviously the ordinance is just a guideline to make sure that they're doing it correctly. There's no imposition on the property owner. And if they want to do it, I think ultimately we need to think about the purpose of this, and this is to keep our shorelines from eroding, obviously. So I think that it is important. If there's any private property owners that want to do this, they're more than welcome. And obviously the city, we've done it before. I was there that day, and it was great. I'd like to, go revisit the project, see how it is now, because it was a while ago, no? Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, as long as it is something that is not imposed on the property owner, is something voluntary, the only position is the guidelines. So I'm for it. I think the ultimate purpose of this is to preserve our shorelines. So that's important.
Okay, I don't want to just belabor this. You have another question?
Yes. So, Alex, if I could just answer you, you're talking about the shoreline, but actually the dunes are back at the back towards the buildings. So the dunes themselves do not preserve the shoreline.
Well, it does in a way.
Remind
It's part of the whole
Commissioner Lum,
ecological system.
we're going through the chair. Okay, go ahead. You're recognized.
All right. So it is. I think it is part. And Lee, if you could help me out here, but yeah, from what I understand and from what I've read, it is part of preserving, the shoreline and beach erosion in general.
No.
That is correct.
Okay, so, all right, I didn't anticipate we're going to do a whole presentation again. So I just want to get a little bit of clarification. Well, first of all, thank you again for all the work that you do. I've been on the record, not for committees, but I've also been on the record to say that when you do present something, I will be in support of it. There was a lot of support, as I saw, based on the many emails going back and forth last year for this project. If that's changed, that's fine. People have the ability to change their mind. I believe that, Patricia, you had at one point discussed how you had done this with the Trump International, rather the Trump, where you live, and it was successful. So is that something similar, or again, Lee, if you can just clarify one more time.
So we actually did it at Oceania.
No.
We haven't done it at Trump yet. They're kind of waiting for us at this point in time.
No, I meant that when the Trump buildings wanted to replant their vegetation, they decided that they are going to use your guidelines.
That's correct.
Okay, all right.
Because the reason it was that we spent almost $250,000 the year prior doing the whole vegetation and the whole beachfront, and the only plants that they are currently alive are the plants that were part of the palette. So what it makes a difference when you use the right kind of plant, the roots goes deeper and they survive longer than the other ones. The other ones looks very nice and they last maybe a couple months or a year, and then after that they're gone, and you have to go and refurbish and do everything again.
Okay.
I just
So
have one more question.
And they need more water too.
okay, one more.
Yes. So Lee, have you been down to Oceania since the plantings last year?
Many times.
Okay, and how high is that dune now currently?
I would say that on the original part of the dune, there's probably about 6 inches of sand there.
6 inches in a year?
That's correct.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right. Yes, you're recognized. Please just say your
Kathy
name.
Schultz, Oceania Tower 2. I'm part of the volunteers that worked with Lee. In particular, I would say the dune is not climbing into the sky. The dune is a bunch.
Speak to the microphone, please.
A bunch of sea oats that are in front of you, and they're beautiful. We have them where they come out of our beach. We have a beach walk, and then it comes out to the beach.
Right.
So what we did, we have 3 matching towers, and actually last November's storm was what I would tell Lee was proof of concept. We always have trouble when there's storms with the water coming in, the sand and the debris all coming onto the paths and making a big mess of the paths and coming all the way up to the buildings. Last year when we had the resilience dune, which is a small triangular piece of dune, put to the front. So the path as you come out, now you go a little to the north or a little to the south, but the direct flow of the water is stopped. So both other buildings had the usual amount of sand and debris all the way up past where our foot stations are into the steps of where our buildings are. Tower 2, which had its brand new little resilience dune, nothing came past the dune. All the debris caught and the flow of the water stopped. And so in an absolutely huge storm, obviously, it's not the type of thing that's going to grow high. And part of what's so important about the master plan, at least in my mind, you're creating a vegetative ecosystem that lives of its own accord long term. It doesn't need the watering and all the things we're doing to keep our grasses that look beautiful, but it becomes a live system that holds and captures stand, prevents debris, actually protects our private properties. And I thank Barbara, who worked, she was our POA lead, who actually set up the project. Since then, we have now also placed a second resilience dune in front of where Tower 1 and our club is. And even there, where we have all our chairs and people coming in and out from the cafe, not a single person has complained, and mostly people say it's beautiful. So just for what it's worth on the private side, for our experience, people have actually not had an upset around it. It has not become, I think you're thinking of dunes like the ones you see in North Carolina that have been there for hundreds of years.
Yes.
We have no primary dunes here. This is really becomes a vegetative barrier, a natural garden that grows of its own accord, that allows life to live there and protects our buildings from damage. So.
Okay, thank you. City Attorney.
So if you establish a consensus that you want it as a guideline, I'd recommend we bring it back formally as a resolution adopting the master plan for that purpose. and
Okay.
when we can do that.
Is anyone against that?
I
have
want
a
to make it a
question.
campaign. I want to promote it as a campaign to bring it to everybody to know about it and to implement it more than ordinance. But
No, but we'll start with the resolution is what we're saying. So do you have any objection to,
No.
does anyone have any?
I want it as a guideline, yes. As a guideline,
As
yes.
a- Okay.
Yes.
Vice Mayor?
So I also would say as a guideline, but not through a resolution,
Wait,
just to have it as a guideline.
Well, the resolution would only establish it. You, as the commission, would be speaking in one voice, essentially adopting it as guidelines for the city for folks to follow, but it wouldn't be codified as a requirement. So it's just the resolution is just a vehicle, basically, to express the opinion of the commission approving the master plan.
do you understand?
So
It wouldn't be an ordinance.
I understand. So there would be no imposition whatsoever through the resolution.
Correct.
It would only be a recommendation.
It merely establishes the master plan as a guideline, as a wish of the city commission.
Okay.
Is there any objection, Commissioner Lama?
I have a question. Okay, so I thought that there was going to be an ordinance if a private property were to build or to put together a dune, that they needed to follow certain guidelines. Now, is it going to be a resolution for, the guidelines are going to be a resolution or an ordinance? Or are we voting on a resolution to have this continue and eventually put this into codified and put into an ordinance, or I'm
No,
I'm a
so
little
the
lost
ordinance would only come into play if you decided to make it a requirement of future development, and it would become part of your land use development regulations. Absent that, all you would be doing is adopting the master plan as a guideline for developers to follow if they choose to have a dune, and then you'd only be doing that by resolution, essentially speaking as one body and adopting this master plan as a guideline for developers to follow, but it wouldn't be required.
So if they wanted to build a dune, they're not required to follow our guidelines for the dune?
Correct.
If it's a resolution?
Correct.
Okay, can we pass an ordinance saying that if you're going to build a dune, it needs to follow these guidelines? But they're not required, there's no imposition on them to build a dune. Only if they want to build a dune, they need to do it under our specs.
Then it
let's
would
say.
be a requirement. If they're required to follow the guidelines, then it's a requirement. Now, they're not required to build a dune.
That's what I'm
But if they
saying.
build a dune, then they would be required to follow the guidelines. That you would have to codify through an ordinance.
Okay, so right now, we're only voting on the resolution that basically everything is optional for a developer.
We're not voting, just to clarify. This is
We're just giving direction.
direction to create a resolution. Then
create a
we
resolution.
would then vote on the resolution.
Correct.
Okay, all right. All right, initially, I thought that we were going to vote on an ordinance that will set certain guidelines on how to build a dune.
That would be up to the city commission, but if you set it in an ordinance, then it would be required. Otherwise, the master plan would just be followed aspirationally for those that decide to build a dune. Then they would have guidelines for them available from the city as to how we want this done, and they could do it in accordance
So, yeah,
to the master
so
plan.
basically, everything's optional. It's just a resolution, no, okay,
uh,
no imposition on any way. Okay.
All right, Commissioner Viscar, do you have any objection to a resolution?
I'm good with resolution, and that way we preserve, the report, it's very good. We want to preserve your work, and we're not imposing anything, and then we don't, I'm good with resolution and keeping things optional.
Okay,
Okay.
so
Sorry, could I continue? Yeah, go ahead, Jerry.
I would just like to create a definition, since dune is not, definition of dune, and your CO plantings and various other plantings are not actually a dune, correct? A dune in the full sense of the term dune, or a high sand barrier. That is not what your...
The intent is to build a dune, not just to put plants
Excuse
on the
me?
beach. The intent is to build a dune, not to just put plants
So-
on the beach. So just randomly placing plants on the beach doesn't accomplish what the dune master plan is intended to do.
Okay.
And that is to
So-
provide a level of
Okay,
protection.
so your intent is to go forward with full dunes on private property?
So for clarification, so we don't keep going back and forth. What they're asking for, and correct me if I am wrong, the report that you all presented last year, I believe it was in June the first time, and then, well, you presented it a few times, that's what you're asking for this body to adopt in a resolution. At first you said you want an ordinance, but now a resolution, as far as I can hear, that's what you're asking, is the adoption of the Dune Master Plan. Is that correct?
My name is Felix Kisner. I live at 250 174th Street. First of all, thank you very much. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for going into depth. Just for the information, from what I hear is you're talking about risks. What are the risks to the private owner impinging on their rights? And what are the risks to the environment or improving the environment? And you're trying to kind of balance both of them. What's good for the city, what's good for the goose, the gander, and so on. So at this point, we're not reinventing the wheel, ladies and gentlemen, members of commission. This has been done before by other cities. It has proved quite effective. And the risk to the private owners, and I know, is with the resolution, from what I understand, is minimal. So the risk that you're addressing is how imposing do we look like to the big buildings? Or is the commission imposing on their rights? And we're just guiding. We're saying, we're going to help you. The information is a great campaign. We're helping you. We're going to help the environment. And they'll say, yeah, great, as long as you're not imposing. And resolution is not imposing. Thank you.
Resolution is not
all right,
imposing, but if it goes to an ordinance, that is imposing.
Vice Mayor, let me remind you, we're going to keep decorum here. Everything goes through the chair. So at this point, City Attorney, do you have enough to move forward with the resolution?
There appears to be three of you, and
There appears to be
Yes.
three, if I
so
count.
we can,
You may, but we're kind of beating a dead horse at this point.
so we can prepare an ordinance.
Why?
I mean, a resolution.
Go ahead.
No, I was
Further
going to say,
confusion.
I'm for the resolution. He mentioned 3-2, so I am for the resolution. I think eventually perhaps it could be an ordinance if a building does choose to build a dune, so.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lamra. You had a comment? Please go ahead.
Jody Joseph, 18560 North Bay Road. I am in the current committee, and the last one that I believe Christina, what is her last name? Christina, who was the vice chair,
Miscus.
Yes. In the first meeting, I was just a little concerned because I believe there are 6 or 7 people on our committee. And I was just concerned how this is coming in from the last committee and how much time it's going to take up. And obviously, as you kept on saying, Larissa, we're beating a dead horse, let's not talk about this. But when I spoke about it at the meeting, basically you had said that it's a done deal. It's only going to take like maybe 5 minutes. So what I'm understanding now, this isn't the case. So we spent so much time in our current committee meeting as well. And everything sounded great. Everything is so optimistic, and there's absolutely nothing negative about it, and I was thrilled with it as well myself. But I got a little, when you hear that there's absolutely no downside to anything, I just looked into a few things, and just to be fair to the residents that aren't here, that are maybe watching this on TV, because I learned a few things that I was surprised about, and I just want them to understand what I read. It was interesting, and maybe, you could help us out here as well. That they don't, it's a lot of times just for beautification, because for instance, in Fort Myers, they said they did not hold up at all. Fort Myers got completely destroyed, and it was very, very expensive, and they're putting them back.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to stop you because I understood that there's a consensus in the committee to move this forward. Is that correct? There's a consensus in the committee?
That was a consensus in the last meeting.
Well, actually, that's what I'm saying. I was given misinformation. It wasn't, we didn't, and now I'm surprised that it wasn't honest. What Patricia had said wasn't honest when she said it's a done deal, it's going to be 5 minutes. We're not going to be taking up time into our committee, which we are, because this was not discussed. This is all done in the previous committee.
Okay.
So there's whatever you're discussing, maybe other people have heard. So I didn't know anything except Mr. Gottlieb was kind enough to come to the first meeting where I had met you, and everything sounded wonderful, and just as it's presented. But I do have a few questions because
let me just stop you. That's something that needs to be taken up with the committee. That's the
but
purpose.
you didn't stop anybody else, in all fairness, and you had, I don't know
But-
if that lady filled out a
so-
card.
Madam Mayor,
Oh.
if I can be recognized.
Yes, you may.
To your point, this is a city commission meeting, not a meeting of the particular advisory committee. It would be problematic if we all start discussing some disagreements you may have within your committee tonight, because
No,
it
it's
hasn't
not
been noticed as a-
disagreements. It's just everybody saying positive, and I think it's wonderful too. Just things I looked into, for instance, our beaches are
Jody,
very...
please, we're
But
going to
if
maintain
a majority
decorum.
of the advisory committee is the advice of the committee, the majority of committee is to adopt a master plan, then that's all that you all need to be aware of in that regard. And any other discussions can be had within your committee, because you haven't, your committee hasn't been noticed for a meeting this evening.
No, everybody's just saying how positive, and I agree, but there's some things that aren't, that I just think should be brought to light to our residents, just so they understand what's going on as well. That's it. But
Okay, thank you.
to be fair.
So that should be done through your meeting of the advisory board.
So
Okay.
I guess we have to have that before anything is
No.
discussed further?
No, because you're only an advisory committee. You're providing advice to council, to the city commission, which you've done. So any other conversations or edifications you want to provide should be done through your committee and not through the city commission meeting.
All right, so city attorney, you have what you need to move
Yes,
forward with the resolution?
we do.
Okay, thank you for your time again. We all appreciate all of the work that you've done. Okay, again, a reminder to fill out public speaker cards, and also, just, you may not know, but in this room, the sound bounces, so when you're having conversations, we can all kind of hear them up here. So if you need to speak, please just go outside. Next item, please.
Mayor, we're now in the zoning application portion. If you could read your zoning introduction.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this evening's agenda has 6 zoning applications. In these matters, the commission sits in a quasi-judicial capacity. The decision of whether or not to approve a zoning variance is not a popularity contest, but must be based upon substantial competent evidence as it is presented tonight. If you intend to provide testimony on any zoning application, you must be sworn in by the city clerk, and you should also fill out a public speaker's card and give it to the city clerk before the item is called. We will first hear from the city staff and then from the applicant. After this, I will allow anyone from the audience who has been sworn in to provide testimony. The zoning applicant has the right to cross-examine any witness and for rebuttal. Please make your comments concisely. Mr. City Clerk, please read your introductory zoning statement.
In accordance with the LDRs of the City of Sunny Isles Beach, all items to be heard today have been legally advertised, notices have been mailed, and posted on the properties. If you are going to be speaking, please raise your right arm to be sworn in. And this is for all 6 zoning applications. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. So the first application is 6A, the request of MMJM2 Trust, Jennifer Cupa, Michael Riccardi, David D'Onofrio, for a site plan modification of a balcony enclosure at 17749 Collins Avenue, unit number 1801.
And we're combining.
And we're
6A.
combining also with 10A, which is the accompanying TDR resolution, and I'll read that into the record right now. It's 10A, a resolution approving the purchase and assignment of transfer of development rights in the amount of 313 square feet of floor area and 0 dwelling units from the city's TDR bank account to MMJM2 Trust, Jennifer Cupia, Michael Riccardi, and David D'Onofrio, all trusts, authorizing the Development Services Director to withdraw 313 square feet of FAR and 0 dwelling units from the city's public TDR bank account. And before we proceed, Amy, are there any ex parte communications for this application?
No.
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. The first zoning hearing on tonight's agenda is PZ 2023-08 for a balcony enclosure at the Mansions at Aquilina project, specifically for Unit 1801. The request is to modify the approved site plan for the Mansions at Aquilina project and to purchase and assign transfer of development rights from the city's public TDR bank to increase the floor area of Unit 1801 by 313 square feet. This site plan modification will increase the overall floor area of the Mansions at Aquilina project from 434,699 square feet to 435,012 square feet. The image on the left side of the screen is the existing balcony, and on the right side of the screen is the proposed enclosure to accommodate a new bedroom. This request is consistent with the comprehensive plan and land development regulations, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Great, thank you. Do we have any public speakers?
Not for this one, ma'am.
Okay. Commissioner Viscar, do you have any questions? Commissioner Lama? No. Vice Mayor?
No.
Commissioner Stuyvesant?
No.
Okay. I'll take a motion then.
Motion.
Commissioner Stuyvesant
Second.
was second by Commissioner Lama. This is roll call.
Yes, if we could, please. Commissioner Lama,
Yes.
Commissioner Stuyvesant,
Yes.
Commissioner Viscara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Joseph,
Yes.
Mayor Svechin.
Yes.
The application is approved.
Thank you. Next item.
6B is a request of Carol A. Nappy for a site plan modification of a back-only enclosure at 17749 Collins Avenue, units 2401 and 2402. And are there any ex-party communications?
No.
For this one?
No.
No, and we're combining this as well.
And this one we're combining as well. Thank you, Mayor. This is combined with item 10B, a resolution approving the purchase and assignment of transfer of development rights in the amount of 789 square feet of floor area ratio and 0 dwelling units from the city's public TDR bank account to Carol A. Nappy Trust.
Go ahead.
Okay, the next application is PZ 2023-09 for a balcony enclosure at the Mansions at Aquilina project for combined unit 2401 to 2402. The request is to modify the approved site plan for the Mansions at Aquilina project to purchase and assign transfer of development rights from the city's public TDR bank account to increase the floor area of the combined unit by 789 square feet. The site plan modification will increase the overall floor area of the Mansions at Aquilina development from 435,012 square feet to 435,801 square feet. The image on the left side of the screen is the existing balcony, and the image on the right side of the balcony is the proposed enclosure to accommodate 2 new bedrooms and a bathroom. This request is consistent with the comprehensive plan and land development regulations, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any public speakers?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Viscara, any questions? Commissioner Lama? No. Vice Mayor?
No.
Commissioner Stuyvesant?
I only asked one question to Amy during the agenda review, is that if every unit owner in Aquilina Mansion wants to close or enclose their balcony, will they be able or allowed to do it under the current regulations?
So to date, there's been 9 balcony enclosures at the Mansions at Aquilina, which has added about 3,000 square feet of floor area in total. Right now, I don't have the data as to how many balconies exist on the Mansions at Aquilina project, but there is a maximum that cannot be exceeded. And so theoretically, I don't think that every single balcony could be
So
enclosed.
it's a
There
first
would be a
come,
cap.
yeah, first come, first served basis.
That's
So at some point, even though that we've been allowing it to happen, we are going to have to stop and start saying no, theoretically.
At some point, yes.
Yes, okay. Having said that, I have no problem.
Okay, I'll take a motion.
Motion.
Second.
Second, Vice Mayor. Thank you.
Commissioner Lama,
Yes.
Commissioner Viscara,
Yes.
Commissioner Stuyvesant,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Joseph,
Yes.
Mayor Svechin.
Yes.
The application is approved 5-0.
Great, thank you. Next item.
Next item is 6C, request of 252 Sunny Isles Boulevard, CU2 LLC for a site plan modification, uniform plan amendment, and a sign ordinance variance. And this is with a companion resolution as well, and it's 10C, a resolution approving an amendment to the uniform sign plan submitted by 252 Sunny Isles Boulevard, CU2, for the San Tropez shops located at 150 to 250 Sunny Isles Boulevard.
Yes, I'd like to say that I've had a conversation with the applicant.
Thank you. Anyone else?
And myself also, and also a site visit.
And the natures of those conversations need to be disclosed as well.
So let's start with Vice Mayor.
Just an overall idea of what was to be presented.
Thank you.
Yeah, same thing. I mean, we discussed this item and the signage, so, yeah.
Commissioner Visco?
And a tour of the locations and the details about the requests that are being made.
Okay,
Thank
and I
you.
also had discussions,
Yep.
same thing, discussing
You
obviously.
didn't, Commissioner. Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay. Next is application PZ 2023-03 regarding signage at the St. Tropez development. St. Tropez is located at 150 to 250 Sunny Isles Boulevard in the Town Center District. It was originally approved in 2005, and the development has 3 residential towers over podium parking and ground floor commercial units. The applicant and owner of the business east of Collins has purchased a ground floor commercial unit in the rear of the development. On the screen, I tried to highlight in a red circle the approximate location of where that unit is located. The applicant would like to install a wall sign and directional signage, which will require a site plan modification to the St. Tropez development, an amendment to the St. Tropez uniform sign plan, and 3 sign ordinance variances. Here is the proposed wall sign above the commercial unit space, which has a cutout letter style with backlighting. The technical term for that is a reverse channel letter sign. On the left is the proposed directional signage, which will be on the wall approximate to the baywalk next to the porta cachet area of the building by the baywalk. To achieve this signage, and once again, just to repeat the requests in more detail, because there are several of them. As stated previously, a site plan modification to the approved St. Tropez site plan to change the location of building signage. Second, an amendment to the St. Tropez uniform sign plan to allow the location of the signage and the new style of sign. And the uniform sign plan currently allows a black box style sign, which you can see on the development's frontage on Sunny Isles Boulevard. And that's internally illuminated, whereas this one is backlit. And finally, there are 3 sign ordinance variance requests. This is to increase the allowable size of a sign from 35 square feet to 61.4 square feet, increase the allowable size of a logo on a wall sign from 10% of the text area to 66.5%, and to allow the St. Tropez uniform sign plan to have multiple types of illumination material and fabrication. Staff has reviewed the application package and followed the city's code, which outlines the process for site plan modifications, for uniform sign plans, and criteria for the sign ordinance variances. Notably, the sign is oriented towards the canal, and the city code does not prohibit this location. Therefore, the location of the signage is consistent with the land development regulations. However, the variance requests are not consistent with the city code, and the subject does not have a special condition or circumstance to justify the increase in the wall sign and the increase in the logo area, or the additional type of material and fabrication in the uniform sign plan. I believe the applicant is present and would like to make a presentation as well.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for hearing us tonight. So I've been a business here in Sunny Isles for probably 10 years, previously an RK, and currently in the St. Tropez building. Can we actually go to the first slide that you had for me?
You have the clicker there, left and right.
Okay. So if you may, as you guys know, these towers are on Sunny Isles Boulevard. The only commercial spaces that have been occupied since the building was built are fronting Sunny Isles Boulevard. My unit that I purchased last April is the only commercial space that is on the south facade of any of those 3 buildings. There's no other commercial unit facing the water. My hardship is the same hardship that the previous owners had, right? For 12 years, this unit has been vacant. That's not for no reason. This is a difficult unit, right? It's not visible. And as such, I'm asking for your guys' help in order for my space to be successful. That's the signage. I am asking for a few variances. First, with the material, because of all the signage that's currently in the uniform signage plan that faces the street has a box. It's a box sign. In my opinion, it's very bulky, very obtrusive. That's the right word. And so what we're going for is something that represents our brand more, better. And so we want something that's light, elegant, airy. And so we wanted something a little bit more simple, not enclosed in a big black box. Also, with the illumination, they have front lit signage, which emits the light towards the people, right? We're proposing a backlit, which would just reflect it on the building, so it wouldn't shine forward towards anybody else. And then as it relates to the size, again, I'm asking for the size based on the building features. And so I'm asking because I want my sign to fit properly within the building features. If you notice here where my logo is, you have these black squares, and they're very large. Those are like vents for the garage. And where my sign is on the garage. There's the second floor is a garage level. The condominium units start above this. So the idea was to make something that looked harmonious with the building, that it fit properly. If I went to 10% as the code had asked for, it would not look appropriate. Personally, I wouldn't want it because it doesn't represent my business properly, my brand.
Thank you.
Do any of you have any questions for me?
So, let me do this. Do we have any public speakers?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Commissioner Viscar, do you have any questions?
I do.
Please go ahead.
As I've said many times up here, I am not a visual person. So if the requirements say, well, your logo has to be 10% of the words, I can't imagine that for myself. Were you able to get the what that would look like so that we can see the reasonableness of your request?
Speak to the microphone, please.
Yes, this is what the code compliant sign would look like. This sign is enclosed with the black box, the same as the ones in the front. It is front lit, and the logo is 10% of the words. And as it relates to
Where's the logo? Is it inside the black box? Okay, I see it now.
Yes,
Okay,
so the logo is the EOC letters.
got it. I can't actually see it from here, so but yeah.
And the code says it's 10% of the words. It's really up for interpretation. I would interpret the East of Collins being the name of the building. The name of the business. It's part of my logo. As a matter of fact, we have the words trademarked with the USPTO office. And so it's not like other signs where they might have other words that might say, like, we have several businesses, so one of them is expediting, realty, and lifestyle. You know, those words, those is what I would consider words, which I don't have, so. But the city attorneys have made the interpretation that the words East of Collins are words, and so that's why we have the 10% issue.
Commissioner Viscar?
Also, now that's the only commercial space in that side of the building. Is there, did you purchase all of it, or is there any chance that there might be another business pop up next to you who may compete for the space for the sign?
No, I purchased all of it.
Okay.
And we have no intentions of splitting it. We're currently under construction, and we're building out the whole space, and it seems like we're already running.
And did you get permission or some kind of approval from the building? Because you're asking, I understand, I mean, you're going from the front of the building to the back of the building. You're going from where there's traffic to where there's water. And so maybe you'll get a couple of yacht clients. But so I understand you wanting to be able to direct your clients, but that's on the building has to be okay with that. So what does that say?
So I do have a couple letters of support here. One of them is from Beatrice Compadre. She's the president of the San Tropez Condominium Tower 1. I also have one from the only other commercial unit owner in the whole property, Shops at 163rd. They're the owner of all of the other tenant spaces in the front. I also
Now you have the letters, are they in support?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Gotta ask, I gotta ask. Okay.
The letters should be in your packet,
I didn't
correct?
see them. Were these in the packet?
We've been working on them, and so
Okay.
I brought them. Maurice said I can hand it to him, and he'll make it part of the record afterward. I also have a letter here from one of the residents in Tower 2, as well as the Shabbat Russian Center, one of the businesses there, as well as the Oasis restaurant. And so these are the letters of support we were able to obtain.
About the condo board.
Okay, and those are my questions. My only other comment is, actually, I do have one more question. The material that you're asking, because it looks like it was some kind of metal, does that have any risk of rusting or damaging the building in any way? Are you?
To be honest, Commissioner, I'm not an expert on that, but my understanding is they use brushed aluminum for signage often.
Okay.
Commissioner Lama?
Yes, I have a question regarding the building's approval. So the letters of support that you have, does that include the actual governing body of the building or of the association? I don't know what the governing body there is composed of. Yeah.
So the way the building is managed is there's 3 towers, each with their own board, and then there's a master board. It was the master board that signed our affidavit so that we could apply for our uniform site plan modification. The letter that I have there in support is from the Tower 1 board, and then I have some support from some residents in Tower 2.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Okay, and the sign itself is on which tower?
So it's very weird. My unit technically is within Tower 3, but the front doors to my unit are in the lobby of Tower 2. It's just the way the building was designed.
Okay, so do you have consent of the board of Tower 2?
They haven't voted yay or nay.
Okay, but
Again,
you
I have
consent to the board of Tower 1.
I have the yes, the approval letter there from Tower 1. I do have the affidavit which the master board issued me in order to allow me to apply.
Right, but have you applied to the boards of Tower 2 and 3?
I'm not required to apply to them. At the time of building permit, assuming I get an approval here and I move forward with building permits, then I would ask for a condo letter from them, and they would have to provide that at that time.
Okay, so it's not important to us to know whether you have that or not?
So
I'm sorry, what was the question?
You supplied us with a letter from the condo board in Building 1.
Yes, they were responsive. I was able to obtain it from them.
Yes, but you don't have anything from 2 or 3?
No, they weren't responsive.
They weren't
Matter
responsive?
of fact, I believe one of the people, they're out of town, my
Okay,
understanding.
but are they anyone against it that we should know about?
I haven't been told no by anybody, no. I've had some questions. Initially, there was some pushback, but it was really, even before they saw the design, I think it was more personal, to be honest. And once I showed them the sign, they're like, oh, that? They're like, oh, that's not too bad.
They're aware that you're here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And Mayor, if I may be recognized?
Please.
And Amy can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is pursuant to our code, the master association would be the only one's authority that would be needed.
Great.
Authorization.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
And again,
And your business is what, expediting?
yes, we have primarily, we've been operating for the last 13 years a permit expediting service.
Right. So basically, the sign with the arrow is to lead your clients to your operation.
Yes, I'm glad you asked. That's the second signage that we have as part of this uniform site plan. It's a directional signage, and the purpose is, let me show you one more sign. Well, this one is not part of the hearing because this is in the valet circulation area. It's not visible from the right-of-way. It did not need to be included. I do have approval from the HOA for this in the valet area. They had asked me to reduce it slightly. We did
Right.
so, and they said this is approved.
Mhm.
This is directional signage. If you notice here, to the right of my sign are the doors into the residential lobby for Tower 2.
Right.
Again, because my front doors are in this lobby of the residential Tower 2, I'm trying to be a good neighbor and avoid my traffic from going through there.
Right.
And so I am requesting signage to assist my guests.
Yeah, you want to get people
to use
going
the
directly
boardwalk.
to you rather than
Correct.
walking around.
For them, well, they can get directly to me either way.
Exactly.
But the idea would be for them to use the boardwalk, which again, this is why
Right.
we purchased this property on the water side.
Mhm.
And so this would help facilitate that. Now, this is in the valet, but once you get to the boardwalk, my space is still not visible. And so when you make that right, you would see this signage, which would indicate to keep walking.
Right.
Great. Commissioner Stevenson?
One question. In case that you needed to compromise to be able to do this, would you be okay keeping the words and just taking out the logo if it was need
No.
of a compromise?
No.
You want it completely all of nothing? Okay, that's my question.
Okay, thank you. So the only comment I have is, first of all, congratulations that your business is doing so well that you're able to buy all this additional space. So that's great, and I think that this commission has been very supportive of small businesses in Sunny Isles Beach, and we certainly want to continue to do that so that you make money and pay taxes. So thank you. I already asked if we have any public comment. So I need a motion.
So move.
I need a second.
Second.
Okay, this is roll call.
Vice Mayor Joseph,
Yes.
Commissioner Lama,
Yes.
Commissioner Stuyvesant,
Yes.
Commissioner Viscara,
Yes.
Mayor Svechin.
Yes.
The application is approved 5-0.
Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next item, please.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is 6D, request of Avishai Vaknin for a landscape variance application, driveway expansion for the property located at 19432 38th Court.
Okay.
And
I
are
just-
there any ex-parte communications?
No.
No one, no.
I'd just like to say I know the applicant, but I don't know of the circumstances.
Okay, and this is just, again, a reminder, this is zoning, so please speak close to the microphone and everything through the chair so that everything is captured. Please go ahead, Amy.
Okay, thank you. And Vanessa, I had some slides for this hearing as well. But
Not this one, Vanessa, it's the previous one.
but I'll go ahead and get started. So this is application PZ 2023-05. It's a variance request for a single-family home to reduce the landscaping and green area. Yes, thank you. And so this application is for an existing single-family house located at 19432 38th Court in the Golden Gate neighborhood. And the requested variance is to reduce the required landscaping and green area from 25% to 14.9% of the total lot area for an after-the-fact installation of pavers. So here is the proposed site plan and a site visit photo, which shows the pavers that have already been installed. In the front yard, the new pavers created a secondary driveway. But as you can see on the site plan, the pavers wrap around the lot and continue in the backyard and around the pool area. The city's code outlines criteria for evaluating variance requests, and the subject property does not have a special condition or circumstance that is not applicable to other properties in the same zoning district. Other homes in the Golden Gate neighborhood have permitted paver installations, and those have been required to meet the 25% green area minimum. The green area minimum applies to the entirety of the lot, not only the front yard. A secondary driveway could be installed while still meeting the requirements for green space and landscaping in the side and rear yards. A literal interpretation of the code does not deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the same zoning district. So based on staff's review, the request is not consistent with the city's land development regulations and does not meet the criteria for granting a variance.
Great, thank you. Do we have any public speakers?
We do, Mayor.
And the applicant is present.
Okay.
So after their presentation, you want to take public comment, or you want to do it now?
Yeah, let's do that first.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the commission. My name is Rod Feiner. I'm an attorney with Coker & Feiner, 1404 South Andrews Avenue in Fort Lauderdale, for the record. I represent the property owner with regard to this variance. Let me just clarify that the pavers were in existence. Mr. Vaknin hired a paving contractor to expand his driveway. He wasn't trying to do anything illegal. The paving contractor did not pull permits originally. Shame on the paving contractor. What we did was, when we were cited by code about that, we said, oh, what do we have to do? We went for after the fact permits. We wanted to come into compliance immediately, and that's when zoning review detected this issue, and that's why we're here now. We tried to do it the right way. We hired a paving contractor to do it, and they just said you don't need permits. Obviously, they were incorrect, because this would have been picked up at the permitting stage, but that's why we're here now. With that being said, this is part of the Golden Gate HOA. This property is in part of the Golden Gate HOA. As part of your backup, there's an approval from the Golden Gate HOA for this variance and for the paver installation. Nobody in the HOA objects. The reason why we believe this is unique and special is the location in the Golden Gate HOA, as well as its location within the Golden Gate HOA. We're requesting the variance not just because we want a larger driveway, but because parking is a significant issue in this community. The streets are not your typical streets width. They're not the full 24 feet. They're much smaller. And more importantly, using staff's photo was great. You can see this home is on a cul-de-sac. And the cul-de-sac has even smaller roadways to circulate there. My client is an observant Jew. He just happens to have lots of people that come to his home for Shabbat on Friday night. They stay through Saturday night. Sometimes he has people over on Sunday. And that has created a parking and a public safety issue due to the volume of people that are in his home. He has family throughout all of South Florida and Hollywood and other areas, and they tend to come to his house. With that being said, let me show you a couple of things. Do you have my photos up?
Yep, Vanessa, if you can load the PDF.
And these are going to show you what the roadway looks like and everything. So you've already seen that. That's an area of the property. Same thing there. Staff's pictures were better than mine. So we'll just move on. Can we rotate that?
Oh, now
Okay.
you're asking.
Anyway, it gives you an idea of the street width. They're very small, but what I wanted to point out, they rotate on my computer.
Yeah.
Anyway, overly small. Let me try and show this. Here's an example where you can see the curve in the roadway where it's exceedingly small. And this is also part of the cul-de-sac that's in the area. That cul-de-sac where you go around, which is right by my client's home, is 12 feet wide. So if you get someone that parks in that cul-de-sac, there is no way for someone to circulate around and does that. The problem is there wasn't enough parking in his driveway. Now he can accommodate all the cars that come visit him in his driveway, which is quite significant as that can happen. As a matter of fact, normally you might say, well, if you can park in between the houses, then there would still be room on the roadway. Well, in this particular neighborhood, there's about 5 or 6 feet in between the houses on their respective property. There's not room to park a car in between the houses in the swale area to enable other cars to get by. What I did want to, whoops, okay, so there are also guest spots there. You can't really see on the photos, but they are there for you. Each community has about 3 guest parking spaces in them to accommodate potential guests. I've been in the neighborhood on 3 separate occasions. I've taken pictures. All 3, and I was in the neighborhood at 11 o'clock on a Thursday, 3 o'clock on a Tuesday. All of those guest parking spaces are constantly full. So there's not sufficient guest parking in the neighborhood as a whole. When it was designed, I guess that was the problem. I wanted to show you one thing. I guess here's the last picture that I would summarize. This is not my client's property. This is another property in the neighborhood, but I think with what you can tell is look how all those cars are parked in the driveway. Those are 8 cars parked in the driveway. They go back a little bit more, they come up a little bit more, they are on top of one another. That property actually, because it's a little bit wider, has a larger driveway. I want to stress that this is not a variance where we thought we could comply and we're choosing not to. The home was pre-existing, so you had the landscaping that was running on the side with the pavers that were already in the backyard on the Intracoastal and the canal. This was done afterwards, so it's not like in the overall design we decided not to put more landscaping in the backyard or something like that. There are landscape runs that go along both sides of the property. I think you can see that in the aerial that staff presented, as well as along the rear of the property. So there is landscaping on. It's just because the nature of this particular property, how it's situated and where it is, and honestly the public safety issue that occurs if you can't park the cars there, that we're requesting the variance. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. I know, Mayor, that's your line, but if you do.
I wanted to take public comment first, but just for clarification, Amy, with the backyard, as I understood during the agenda review, there was changes to the backyard that was not pre-existing. Is that correct, or did I misunderstand?
Based on a review of aerial imagery from the property appraiser's website and old photos that we have in permitting records, I did see that there was landscaping area in the backyard. There were some trees in a corner, and there was some additional landscaping wrapping around the actual house and wider landscape strips on the sides.
Okay, thank you. Do we have public speakers?
Yes, the first one is Amber Winslow.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Vice Mayor. Good evening.
Talking to the microphone, please. Thank you.
My name's Amber Winslow. I'm the attorney with Iglesias Law Group, and we do represent the association. I'm here with Kelly Pacheco, who is the property manager of the association. We are here to represent our concerns as it relates to the pavers that were installed. There was an application submitted to the association, which was approved. However, what was completed is not consistent with what was approved on the application. In addition, the variance being requested is in direct violation of the governing documents. As you're aware, this property is part of an association. The governing documents give guidelines as to what needs to be done with the properties. And I'm going to read directly from the governing documents. It's Article 6, Section 2, and it describes I'll speak directly to the landscaping. It needs to be consistent with the general appearance of the neighborhood as a whole. Meaning a lot of these, as you're aware in associations, a lot of the units have similar landscaping when they're built. In addition, it speaks that the minimum standard for the foregoing shall be the general appearance of the neighborhood as initially constructed and otherwise improved, and maturation of applicable landscaping as properly trimmed and maintained. I'm sorry, I skipped. Let me backtrack. As initially constructed and otherwise approved by the developer. And as to the landscaping, as initially landscaped by the developer. Obviously, what was done to this property is not was initially developed by the landscaper, and we just wanted to raise these concerns to the commission, and we hope you take that into consideration when making your decision.
Thank you.
The next person is Alan Sholminski.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, thank you so much. I've been a resident in Golden Gate.
Your name and address, please.
Sorry, Alan Cholminski. I've been a resident in Golden Gate for about 21 years.
With your address?
Sorry, 3988 194th Lane. I have another home there as well. I've been the president of the association for 10 years. Recently, I'm not for the last few years, so I'm understanding the situation. We used to have 2 ways to drive in the community. For safety concerns, we turned it into 1 way because a lot of, if it was ambulances and stuff, couldn't pass. Because of almost a fatality of a car, the association decided to get rid of all the cars parked. As if you notice, it's a very skinny street, and you have homes on either side of those skinny streets. There's no sidewalks at all. So that means that even when a car was parked on one side, a child all of a sudden passes, and it's very, very, we almost had a fatality there. So association decided to take away the rights to park, which means that people that have families, they needed to extend the driveways. So I understand, and of course, I'm not here to take sides either way. I'm just, being that I understand the situation is, you're not allowed to park because of safety, so where do you put the cars? And it's not even about the guests. It's about literally, if you have a family and if you have children, you need to extend the driveway, and depending on the lot, some will not be able to have the 25%.
One second, please. Vice Mayor, this is a zoning matter. Any discussions need to be on the record, please?
Yes, I know.
Please go ahead.
I'm just reviewing the neighborhood.
Okay.
So there are some lots that may be able to comply, there's some not, but the main point that I wanted to personally make, that I took the time to come here, is that there's a desperate need for approval of these driveways, because we are not allowed to park on the road, or we'll get towed. And so we have to have somewhere to park. And if you need to park somewhere, you will not be able sometimes to comply with those regulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Yes, Avishai Vaknin.
Name and address, please.
Yes, Avi Vaknin, 19432 38 Court. I'm the property owner. Hi, Vice Mayor, Mayor. First, in response to, I understand the green areas compliance, and again, I'm not trying to get away with it. I just want for you to understand my situation in regards to the property that I purchased and the lot. In response to the HOA attorney and the property manager, with all due respect, they've been on the property for not even a year. They don't know anything related to compliance. Vice Mayor is aware of the current board that we have in the Golden Gate community, which is a disaster, but that's a different discussion. They will allow certain property owners to extend their pavers, and if they don't like the property owner, they will disallow. And this has been going on for years, about 2.5 years since I bought my property. I extended my driveway because, again, we don't have parking. Our kids are in danger because you cannot park on the side of the road, and I didn't have any choice. At the end, and you guys have letter of approval from my HOA, where I walked through with the president, the current president of the board, and all of the board members, and they approved my HOA application for extending the pavers. And this is after I spent about $12,000 in attorney fees, and about $5,000 in design and applications, which other property owners extended the driveway with 0 fees. So like I said, this current board, if they like you, they will let you do whatever they wish. If not, they make you spend money, and at the end, they approve the pavers and the green area. And in response to Amy from zoning, my original landscaping was always green area all the way to the side of the house, all the way to the water. I haven't touched it. It was existing. If you want, I can show you pictures from the time I purchased my home. The only change to green area was removing some of the palm trees, where the palm trees were causing an issue with the pavers, and the roots were going into my foundation. I had no choice but remove those trees. Other than that, my home is in the same green area space. The only change is creating the additional parking space. Again, I tried my best to, come closer to the 25%, but when you think about 7,000 square feet lot, and the house is about 65% of the lot, plus 25% green area, what do you have to park? You're gonna have 10% parking? Before the green area, before the expansion, me and my wife would park, and we open doors and we bump each other My wife can put my son into the child seat. I'm sure if you have kids, you know how difficult it is to open the door and you have car right next to you. You can put your kid in a child seat. Again, I'm not trying to justify the situation, but I just don't have parking. So that's the only thing, and I appreciate your consideration in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one. I have one question.
Wait a second. Do we have other public speakers?
That's it, ma'am.
Okay, we don't have any. Did you have something you wanted to add?
Just a quick summation, Madam Mayor,
Okay.
if I could. As you're well aware, this is variance, it's a public hearing. Letters were mailed to surrounding property owners and the association. Sign was posted. I'm really easy to find. We didn't hear anything from the association until tonight. And with all due respect to the association attorney, the language that she read about conformity in the neighborhood and what looks like in the neighborhood and everything else, you've had two witnesses up here who say even with the granting of the variance, this house is in conformity with the neighborhood, and we do have an approval from the board. The plans were the same that were submitted to the board. With that as well, I submitted to the city clerk. There are about 14 petitions in support of the project, all from Mr. Vacton's neighbors. So those that are in the immediate vicinity where this variance would be are all in support of what's being requested. So I just wanted to point that out to you.
Thank you. All right. Do we have to close public comment first?
Yes,
Okay,
please.
So if there's no more speakers, closing public comment. Vice Mayor, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you. So I have one question regarding the pavers that you've installed and in exchange for the green space. Are these pavers sealed or not?
What do you mean by seal?
I'm concerned with absorption of when it rains.
The building department approved the pavers, the HOA approved pavers.
The answer is while they are sealed, there are drains in the area, sir, and the property will handle drainage. This is the first step. Then we'll go ahead. We've already applied for a building permit. Your engineering department and everyone else has to sign off on the building permit plans to make sure that stormwater is taken care of and everything else is all done. Mr. Vacton is saying that's already been reviewed through approval in the city. I'm not sure about that, but it will all be completely done. As a matter of fact, your staff, if you choose to approve this, has recommended 4 conditions. We would agree to all of those conditions, which requires us to go through the full permitting process and everything. So there will not be drainage or stormwater problems associated if you grant this variance. We will have to go through your city staff review. Engineering will have to sign off on it. Mr. Vacton says they already have. So, when I was out there, there are 2 drains right there in the corner of the driveway.
Did you have anything else?
No, that would be
Okay.
it.
Commissioner Stewardson? Commissioner Viscar?
So I need clarification on something.
Okay.
Yes or no, okay? Do you or do you not have approval from your HOA?
I do.
Yes, ma'am,
But then how do you explain the other speakers? I don't understand that conflict.
Okay. Vice Mayor is aware of our current board.
But I'm not, so just explain it to me.
Okay, so
So I just want to clarify because this is on the record and unless you have some, we're not going to be
right, I'm not
accusing people of things, okay?
I understand.
If I could approach, this is part of the backup, but your backup, but I could show it.
I think we have it.
Well, please let me see it because I'm.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Ma'am Commissioner, we have 96.
Thanks.
We have 96 homes in the Golden Gate community. I would love to invite you one day for a quick ride with me. I can show you a few homes that got an HOA approval in about 24 hours during the board meeting. And took me about 6 months with $17,000 expense to get the same approval of the same driveway expansion. So I'm not accusing anybody, but the HOA association that we live in is not what you think is. There is no equal opportunity for everybody.
May I ask a follow-up? So what you just handed me is from June of 21. So in 21, the HOA was okay, but today's HOA is not okay.
Well,
is that a fair statement?
I don't know if this has gone before the board of the HOA. What you had was you had an attorney and the property manager come up here. They didn't say there was a board meeting that disapproved it or did anything else. And I think their standards are a little lacking. And then I would also point out with that the HOA rules and regulations are while I understand we want to comply with the HOA, and we think we do comply with the HOA rules, and we have an approval, the enforcement of their declaration is a private matter between us and them, and they would get into a very significant problem of selective enforcement with what they're coming up now, and that's actionable. But I just want to say that to you, but we do have an HOA approval. The fact that they've now apparently, because there's a new property manager on board, have changed their mind, I can't speak to that. They didn't reach out to us. They didn't reach out to Mr. Vaknin before this hearing or do anything. They just showed up here and, in all honesty, moved by ambush. If they would have talked to us before this hearing or something, we could have talked to them about this. We relied on the approval that we had, and nobody told us anything.
Ma'am, about 6 months ago, I had guests coming for Shabbat dinner. In the middle of dinner, without any warning, all of my guest vehicles were towed from the side of the road because we didn't have parking. We didn't have enough because we only, even with the expansion, we only have about 4 cars, but sometimes, you know, during Shabbat dinner, we have 7, 8 friends coming or my in-laws' family from Hollywood and they have to park. All of those vehicles were towed, where in other occasions, other property owners had parties and their vehicles were parked in the same way on the side of the road and nobody got towed. So that will tell you why the property manager and the HOA attorney, which I'm paying for right now every hour from my association fees, is here now wasting my HOA fees on this legal matter. So, I mean, I'm sure you can do the math.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Lama, do you have questions?
Yeah, I still don't understand. I mean, I see that there's a letter, there's an approval here, but there's no detail on the pavers themselves. Like, I don't see a drawing here where it tells or informs, you know, how many pavers, what's this, the square footage that is gonna be covered, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, you could have an approval, but it's not telling you what. Here, I don't see what is being approved. It just says pavers, so there could be perhaps some discrepancies there, and perhaps this is the crux of the issue.
We did submit plans when it was originally done in 2021, and let me explain the difference in 2020 and 21. The contractor, Mr. Vaknin, I was not involved then. The contractor, Mr. Vaknin, went to the board, got the approvals, and then the contractor did it. The reason we're here now is because the contractor never pulled a permit, but that 2021 is still what was there. So we're trying to make up for the contractor's problem. With regard to what you're saying, Commissioner Lama, you're right. We had the 2-page approval. What we submitted to the board were more plans than that. If they really think we did something in opposite of what was submitted back then, your variance doesn't make that legal somehow. We would still have to go to the board. It would still, you know, and that's something we would fight with the board about. Because I honestly do believe that there's been no significant change on this, and we will deal with the board that way. Your variance deals with and I'm sure your city attorney will tell you, your variance deals with your governmental regulations, not private declarations and enforcement between the HOA and the private property owner.
And that was my second thought. I don't know if we could overrule a condo board. They have, you know, they have their own set of rules, and
so the answer is you can't. So I will tell you,
yeah,
you can grant us the variance, and we can pull permits. They still have enforcement rights under their declaration, one way or the other. If they choose to move forward with that or not, there are lots of affirmative defenses and counterclaims that could occur. But you're looking at your code and how that is done, and we are relying also upon our prior approvals. And I think the association has some issues under that. This is a collateral attack that they didn't even have the common courtesy to call before this hearing.
Maybe you can ask them if I have enough.
Let me run the meeting. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think that you first need to get any issues resolved with your condo board first, to be honest with you, and then, I mean, if you have that resolved, I mean, then we could talk about a variance. I think that's kind of like the common, that's the logical step, no? I would think.
Normally, I would agree with you.
Yeah.
Except we do have it. And now they're coming in at the last minute and saying we don't without calling us beforehand or anything else. We did do that. Back when we first did it, what you've heard now is a new property management group come up at the last minute without calling beforehand or anything else, and now saying, oh, well, wait, that prior approval we given isn't really valid. You know, normally I would say if a condo association has to give you an approval, or an HOA in this particular case, but the same difference in actuality, you would say, look, I did go to them, I have the approval, and here we are. We did that, and now all of a sudden they're now trying to take that back or saying something else without calling us first. So I think under the governmental ordinances, you could grant us the variance and then let us deal with the association on its own.
Yeah, I would like to see the plans that were submitted for this approval.
I don't have them with me.
You don't have them?
No.
Do you have anything else, Commissioner Lambert?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Stevenson, did you
Yeah,
have?
I do.
Go ahead.
I don't know if Amy can answer this, but are there other units right now having the same issue in the neighborhood, or we haven't go check that you know of? Oh, code enforcement, I don't know if we have that answer.
Regarding parking or regarding pavers?
Pavers.
We routinely receive permits for paver replacements, and we always apply this code requirement to those permit reviews.
So we don't have any other open code enforcement to any other unit for the same issue?
I can't verify that right now.
Yeah, we wouldn't know that without going through the neighborhood and doing inspections.
Right.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. So I am very familiar with abuse of power from HOAs. I'm not saying that that's what's happening here. I have no idea anything about the HOA. I know, sadly, a lot about selective enforcement. I even wrote about it in one of my Islanders issues. So having said that, I haven't read the paper, but apparently in 2021, they were okay with that, and not anymore. So I'm actually okay with the variance.
Wait, one moment, please. Did you have anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay. Did you want to come up and respond?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, please.
As it relates to the ARC, there was an approval. What the association's claiming is there was a variance that happened after the approval that didn't meet what was approved. In addition to the association's concerns is when you're dealing with selective enforcement. So once you issue a variance to one property, when all the other properties are abiding by the governing documents, which is the declaration, you're gonna have then possibly other units come in here requesting the same variance, which is gonna create a threshold of lawsuits within the HOA because it doesn't comply with the governing documents. So that is something else that we wanted to raise concern with.
Go ahead, Commissioner Lama, you had a question?
Yeah, so my question is, what is your main opposition to this? I mean, I'm trying to understand, is it the additional driveway that the applicant
No, so
put in?
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I don't
go
mean
ahead,
to
sorry.
interrupt. It's not the issue with the expansion of the driveway. There was landscaping removed that has nothing to do with the driveway. That was purely for aesthetic purposes. It was in front of windows. So it had nothing to do with the driveway. It didn't provide them with any additional parking. So there's other additional landscaping. And again, when you deal with the selective enforcement issue, it doesn't just stem with this expansion of a driveway. It relates to all other portions of the governing documents. So if you don't enforce this portion of the governing document, then you can have homeowners at any time be doing whatever they want with the property without enforcement. Again, this is not, the association approved the expansion, I believe, of the driveway. It was the additional landscaping that was removed that wasn't part of the original ARC proposal that was submitted.
So there was landscaping removed from the front windows of
Yeah,
the
there was
home?
landscaping removed from the front, from the side, I believe, from the back. I don't have the actual pictures with me, but there was additional landscaping that was removed that wasn't part of the original proposal.
So you don't have issue with the landscaping removed around the pool? And the pool is all 100%
I'm not sure, and
pavers?
I'll have the property manager come up. I'm not sure they were even aware of that.
Can you just say your name and address for the record, please?
Kelly Pacheco, property manager for Golden Gates.
And your address?
My what?
Your address.
Okay. 550 Ocean Drive, Key Biscayne, Florida.
Great. Go ahead, please.
So yeah, we are not concerned about the back. We just want to keep the community uniform. You know, all the houses, like, we don't care about the driveway. We have, the board has approved several driveways expansion. That's not the problem. The problem is that we want to keep the landscape and all the properties in all the houses the same, and it's just like a small percentage that it was not. It was the plans that were approved. They are not what they did at the end. It's only about their landscape.
Commissioner Lama, do you have a follow-up?
No. I mean, I would really like to see the plans and everything explained thoroughly, because I think I have many questions. I mean, I know that the driver, I mean, everything is fine with me, but obviously we cannot overrule an association. And also I think that, you know, there's new information that's kind of jumping at us, where you're stating that they removed some landscaping from the windows and the sides. So I personally will need to research this a little bit more. I mean, I'm willing to work with the parties, but yeah, I need to understand the situation a lot better.
Mayor,
One moment, please. Go ahead.
If I could just be recognized to the commissioner's point with regards with the HOA. You're relegated to 3 things here when you're considering a quasi-judicial, procedural due process, competent substantial evidence, which you're hearing this evening, and the essential requirements of the law. The essential requirements of the law are your code.
Correct.
So you're not here to enforce the HOA regulations or anything, disputes they may have. To Mr. Finer's point, if they have a dispute, what you are following is your code, and that's what you need to look at. Not saying one way or the other, but that is the law that you are guided by this evening.
Right.
Yeah,
Thank you.
If I may, yeah.
The Vice Mayor was the first, and then you'll be recognized. Commissioner Stuyvesant.
Thank you. So I have a question. Were there pavers removed in exchange, landscape removed in exchange for pavers? Is that your issue?
Yes, so they remove some landscape that should be there, and there is not there. So all the other houses have the same landscape.
So where there was landscape, there's now pavers?
Yes.
Okay. So if those pavers, now, how much are we talking about? How many pavers? Any idea?
I can show you the pictures.
So
It's
is
like-
there a way to have a compromise to add, maybe remove a few pavers and put a few plants?
Yeah, like
You can just keep closer to the microphone, please.
Yeah, for example, now we have approved some driveways expansions, and when the people, they don't keep the landscape, I go there, I talk to them, and just remember, you have to leave the space, and they comply. They call the contractor and they do it. But I guess the previous management company was not paying attention what they applied for and what they did, and at the end, this is.
Okay, so at this point, is there some way to have a compromise?
I am not board member. It will have to be between the board member and then.
One moment, Commissioner Stuyvesant, you had a question?
So you have other units with the same issue right now?
No, because now everybody's compliant, because this is the only unit that doesn't have this landscape design.
Okay, so the issue is landscape, no
Yes.
pavers, right?
Yes,
For
but
you
the
guys.
pavers are taking
And
over
what
the
we are
landscape.
considering is the pavers, the percentage, that 25% of pavers. We are not considering anything to do with landscape,
No,
correct?
the landscape.
No,
the
us here, for the variance.
No,
We are.
we are. That's exactly what we're considering,
Yes,
is the
landscape.
landscaping.
Okay.
Yes,
I don't think so.
landscaping.
But they've already approved.
Hold on, one at a time.
What
So,
is the pavers, according to what we are seeing? But that's basically the issue with the variance, is that they have more than 25% that was allowed for the pavers.
no, not 25% of the pavers. They have to have 25% of green space.
Yes.
Can you please
Correct,
clarify,
yeah.
Amy, if you don't mind, please, because we're conflating things right now, so this is important that we are very clear. And go ahead.
The code requires 25% of the lot to have green space and landscaping. So they're requesting to reduce the landscaping to 14.9% in order to have pavers instead.
Correct.
Okay. Did you want to add? Please go ahead.
I had a
1 second,
question.
Vice Mayor.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Let him go.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I
Go
do
ahead.
appreciate the opportunity, and I will be very brief. 2 things I would point out. One, when the manager was up here, she says, if there are issues, we come to the property owner, we talk to the property owner, and we do something. That never occurred in this case, even after the fact. These pavers have been in for a year, year and a half, and nobody has come up to my client and said, hey, wait a minute, could you put some more landscape? Could you do something else? Could you do this here? So I have a significant issue with how the association is presenting this as you hear this right now. I also have a problem with the attorney's position on selective enforcement. It sounds to me, and again, this is going far afield because this is not relevant to your code and what is before you here, but I wanted to answer the question because some commissioners have raised it, where she talks selective enforcement, and our standard is it has to be significant or in conformity with the community, or in essence, that's what she was saying, or some words to that similar effect. Those words, as I'm sure any lawyer would tell you, would be extraordinarily tough to enforce, and it sounds like they have an issue with their documents. Again, they can choose to enforce that with us if they want. We did what we were supposed to do, and they never came to us. And so I would respectfully request you grant the variance. They still have all the rights they want, even if you grant the variance, to enforce the declaration against us, one way or the other. Nothing you do here will prevent them from doing anything like that, and nor does it impact future. Each case on a variance is governed by itself. There is no precedent setting, and I'm sure your city attorney will tell you this, in the granting of a variance, because each variance is judged on its own weights and merits. And so this isn't going to cause a cascading effect in the community one way or the other. And the other final thing that I would say in this particular case is, I've driven through the community. Mr. Vackman could come up. What he's requesting is not that different from what several different homes already have in this community, one way or the other. As you heard from one of the other witnesses who spoke, the gentleman right there who spoke earlier, who's now left, but he said this is somewhat common in the community.
All right, thank you. Could we, just 1 second, can we fix the clicking?
It's somebody's cell phone. It's too close to a microphone,
Can we
Dais.
just turn off our cell phones, please? Okay.
So
Go ahead. Yes, please.
So, in actuality, you're begging us to throw you into the lion's den.
All right, it's not,
If you want to phrase it that way, yes, we're pretty confident in our rights, sir, but we'll leave it up to the association and the board.
all right. You said you had a question of Amy?
I had a question of Amy regarding, what was it now? I had it at the moment. I actually had a question for the condo attorney, if I could go back to that.
Yeah, please.
Yes, hi. So I understand that it's not for the commission to concern ourselves with the homeowners association guidelines, but is there an accommodation that could be come to between you and the homeowner?
From my understanding, yes, if we could work something out where landscaping could be put
Right.
in the front area where pavers were replaced, then the association would likely not have an issue.
Right.
The issue was that all the landscaping was removed.
So
and
you're
replaced
okay with the
pavers.
variance, as long as you can come to some agreement?
Am I okay with the variance? As
You
long
would
as-
be okay if you knew that you could come to an agreement regarding the landscape?
If the association can come to an agreement regarding landscape, they have no issues with the expansion of the driveway, which is what was approved by the ARC.
Yes, that's what I'm getting at.
Correct.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Did you want to come up and say something? Please go ahead.
I just want to clarify something. In 2021, when I submitted my plans to the HOA for the pavers and landscaping, we did some negotiated about landscaping area with the 9 feet in the front where I have the green area, and I have an approval, and I walked with David Cuenca, the president of the board in our community, and several board members, and we measured with a tape measure the green area, and they were fine. Since 2021, after the work has been done, there was absolutely no change to my landscaping area or my pavers. If the attorney has any proof, I would love to see it, but that was approved. Why do I need to accommodate different things? I did the work exactly as the HOA wanted me to do. Now they come up last minute on that same day of my variance with things that I changed since 2021, which I haven't. This is absolutely abuse of power. There is absolutely no word for it but abuse of power. They could at least pick up the phone and call me a few days before or last week where they knew I have a variance and say, hey, Avi, can you add a little bit more landscaping? Even though we approved already in 2021 your plans, we still want you to add a little bit more green area. But other neighbors in my community, there is absolutely no issue with the green area. So.
And let me just add last, and then we'll sit down and be quiet for deliberations. I know you still have a long agenda to go through, and I apologize. In front of the microphone. I will also state that we're not looking for litigation with the association. So if this variance were to be granted, there is nothing that stops us, because again, the association is a private thing and can do whatever it wants privately, from us still meeting with the association and trying to work this out if they want a tree here or something else like that, or whatever else. There's nothing that would prevent them and us from doing that, and we would be willing to at least hear them out. But again, the variance doesn't relate, just because you grant the variance doesn't mean they don't have their enforcement rights. But that doesn't mean we're not willing to still talk to them after this hearing.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Is there more questions from the commission?
I just want to make a comment and we'll wrap it up. I think, I'm sympathetic to the story of when you ask a contractor, do you need a permit? They're like, no, and they just do it. And then you were put in the position to ask for forgiveness instead of permission, which is basically how I see it. That's what's happening here. That said, I don't want us to get in the middle of an HOA dispute. And the bottom line is that, we do have a code, and I don't see the hardship. Your packet, it says that the hardship really is to the guest. And I hate to trivialize it, but I feel like the core of the problem, counsel, is that your client is too popular a gentleman, and that his problem can be resolved by Uber or Lyft, and then the guests don't have to worry about parking. I just don't see the hardship. And I don't want to get into an HOA issue, so I'm not inclined to support the variance.
I had a question, and we will definitely wrap this up. Amy, if you don't mind, when we were discussing this, and again, I agree with Commissioner Viscara. I really don't want to talk about any association issues. That's why I bought in Golden Shores. But anyways, when we talked, you had mentioned that there would be no issue, and this goes back to, I believe, what the Vice Mayor was saying, if the pavers were removed in the back area or in certain areas, they would not even need this variance, correct?
Oh, right. There is a way that the secondary driveway could be accommodated while still meeting the 25% landscaping and green area requirement through adding landscaping in the side and rear yard.
So if the hardship is the popularity, I guess, for lack of a better word, they would still be able to park as many cars. It would not affect the driveway.
Right, they could still install the driveway while meeting the green space requirement by removing some of the pavers from the back or the side yard.
Well, what I meant is they don't have to rip up their driveway.
Correct.
Okay. Commissioner Lama, go ahead.
Yeah, so the driveway is fine. I mean, from what the association said, from what basically the feeling is from the dais, and I think the issue here is the pavers going all the way to the front windows and to the side. So I don't understand why we are here, to be honest with you. I think it's an issue that needs to be taken up and negotiated, and a resolution or a solution needs to be, negotiated with the association. I don't have any issue, giving the variance. I mean, I understand, the construction's been there, but also I think we need to be mindful, and obviously I don't want to get into an issue that is basically like a personal issue between the applicant and the association. So, but I mean, I don't have an issue with the variance. I think both parties need to talk and and see how they can, you know, accommodate their needs or their wants and solve this issue. I think that should have been done before coming up to the dais. And we're put in a difficult situation here. You know, I understand the need for parking. I don't think that's the issue. The issue is kind of like more aesthetics, I believe. So, yeah, I think that's something both parties need to sit down, go grab some dinner after this and talk. Yeah.
Did you have anything you wanted to add?
Yes. Yeah, I just wanted to say also that the association has admitted that they've approved expansions of the driveways, so it's just a matter of sitting down and working it out, and I believe that I'm fine with the variance.
Do you have anything, Commissioner Stewart? Okay, so I'll just add that, again, the way that this was presented to me by staff, who I understand are not in support of us approving the variance, is that correct?
Mayor, just let me clarify one thing. In terms of the code requires 25% to be met.
Mm-hmm.
Where the resident comes up with that 25% from the pavers is entirely up to them. So we wouldn't know until we saw a plan that met that requirement where that 25% would come from. So in terms of our position is still that it is not consistent with your code, but it's up to you all as an elected body in terms of approval of the variance or not.
Okay, so for me, based on that, because that is what I'm relying on, is staff recommendation and the fact that we have the list of, I guess, qualifications that we must meet in order to approve this. Is this correct?
Correct. Your code had standards of review for variances. There's 7 of them, actually, and that's for your consideration.
And they have not met that?
Well, that's subjective. That's up to you all to determine.
Okay.
Right.
All right. So unless there's anything else, with that, I will take a motion.
I would just like to say
Just
one-
last comment. I
no,
think,
no.
please, I would say to the applicant, go find that 25% and come back. And you don't have to change your driveway, but that's not being presented to us right now.
Okay. Did you want to add something, Commissioner Lama?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the issue with the association has to be resolved, and it looks like they're gonna have to put some landscaping around some of the windows and the sides, and let's see what that gets you to as far as the area of landscaping that we require as a city. And if there's like a discrepancy between, maybe you get at 19%, 20%, and you need 25, I'll be okay with the variance. But I think you need to solve the issue with the association first.
Okay. So do I have a motion?
I make the motion.
I need a second.
Second.
Mauricio?
Commissioner Stuyvesant,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Viscara.
No. Commissioner,
Excuse me, I'm so sorry, Commissioner Viscara.
I'm a no.
Commissioner Lama,
No.
Vice Mayor Joseph,
Yes.
Mayor Svetchin.
No.
The application fails 2-3.
Next item?
Next item is 6C, request of Yakov Cohen for a side setback variance for the property located at 19000 North Pier Road. And are there any ex-party communications for this application?
No.
No.
No. 6E. Commissioner Lama, did you have any ex-party?
Your microphone's not on, Commissioner Lama.
Give me 1 second, hold on. 6E. No.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. Next is application PZ 2023-06. It's a variance request to reduce the side yard setback for a single-family house. The property is located at 19000 North Bay Road in the Golden Shores neighborhood, and there is a new single-family house currently under construction. The requested variance is to reduce the north side yard setback from 7.5 feet to 3.5 feet. This will allow an exterior spiral staircase to encroach into the setback, which will provide access to the rooftop terrace. And here's the proposed site plan, which highlights in red where the proposed staircase is located within the north side yard setback. Oops. And here are the front and rear elevations that show how the setback the staircase and the setback will look in relation to the house. As shown in the site visit photo, the house is currently under construction. Staff has followed the city's code, which outlines the criteria for evaluating variance requests. The subject property does not have a special condition or circumstance that is not applicable to other properties in the same zoning district. This is a rectangular lot that meets the minimum width and size requirements within an R1 property, and the house could be designed in a way to have the spiral staircase located within the buildable area of the lot. I am available if you have any questions.
Great.
Thank you. The applicant is here.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Martin Littman. Address is 20900 Northeast 30th Avenue, Suite 1001, Aventura, Florida. Good evening to everybody. Yes, as staff was saying, by the way, thank you. During the process, they were very helpful. We really aren't looking for a full setback for the entire home. It's only for the spiral staircase. The home currently, as designed, or at least both elevations, and specifically the one that we're mentioning on the north side, is 88 feet long, and the spiral staircase is only 6 feet in diameter. That north side, or that north elevation, is set back further than the 7.5 feet per code. It's actually at 9.5 feet. For the 6 feet diameter of the staircase, only a portion of it would be encroaching, and that is the relief that we're requesting. So I just wanted to be clear that it's not for the entire. We're not looking for a variance for the entire setback for that north facade. It's just specifically for the spiral staircase to have access and enjoy the views of the terrace and looking towards the east and obviously towards the west as well. So yeah, that's basically it. If anybody has any questions.
Great, thank you. Do we have public comment?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so public comment is closed. Commissioner Vizcarra?
Hi.
One moment, I'm sorry. Vice Mayor, I think it's your phone, because every time you have the next number.
Making noise now?
Yes.
Okay, let me move back a little.
Okay, thank you.
Can you put the stairs in the back of the house?
It would block the views and be very predominant. I think it would ruin the design.
But you could.
Actually, let me double check that, looking at the site plan. No, currently we would not be able to do so. No.
Why?
Because the rear setback, or the construction, is proposed to the full 40-foot setback.
Has this construction already begun?
Yes, that picture actually is,
That's
the
the
shell is
actual
complete.
structure? Okay.
Yeah, the shell is complete.
Okay. That's all.
Thank you.
I have a
Wait,
question.
one moment. When was the staircase added to your plan?
No, it hasn't been added yet. We haven't presented.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I meant how did you intend to get to the roof?
Well, we obtained the permit with the approved plans to build the house that's being built, and this is an idea that was later came through. And
So initially there was no intent to get to the rooftop.
well, there was an initial intent, but then we removed it. The owner wanted to start construction, and this is something that could be added or removed, and it wouldn't change the construction and the cycle of progress to build the home.
Got it.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Yes, hi. So have you looked at other properties on North Bay Road? There's 18530 that has a spiral stair that you can go and take a look at as a suggestion as
Yes,
to how they did theirs.
Yeah, we saw that. Obviously, for convenience and for aesthetics, we thought that I saw that solution that you're mentioning. Thank you for bringing it up. It's a good solution. We think that aesthetically, the idea was always for this spiral staircase to not be predominant to the not only from the front but also from the rear. That's why strategically, as you can see in the site plan, let me see if I can use this. That's why I think there's a close-up. Well, you can see on the site plan that the intention is to hide it so that it's not really viewed from anywhere.
But if you were to do yours as they did theirs, you wouldn't need a variance, correct?
Probably we would, I think, because it would still be, I mean, the only access we have here for the roof would be either the side or the back, but the back, we won't be able to place it because there's no more space for construction.
Right.
Yeah.
Commissioner Stuyvesant?
Did you start the construction in the back, like in the back, the pool area and all of that? Because
Yes.
the picture you show is from the front, right?
Yes, the picture that was in the presentation is from the front. I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Did you start the construction in the back?
Yes, the whole shell is built.
Just the shell?
It's completed.
Correct.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. I would just reiterate the fact that we don't want a relief for the entire 88-foot side setback. It's just for this footprint of this 6-foot staircase, which isn't even encroaching the 6 feet. It's 3.5. So, and it's circular. So actually,
Right.
it's not even, the footprint isn't technically even what I'm mentioning. It's like you can see in the presentation, and I think there's a close-up. Oh, no, there isn't. But in your packet, there is a close-up on page SP 1.1, where it really is perceivable as in regards to the shape and the circular footprint of what's being requested.
Yeah.
It's minor. Everything else in the home complies. And
I've personally done a circular stair on
Oh.
a house that I built, so I'm familiar with it.
Commissioner Lamed?
Is there, I mean, I'm trying to look at the plans, but is there another way to get to the roof from the inside of the house? Are you building a staircase, interior staircase to go to the roof?
continuing, that would be continuing the existing staircase that has already been built, you mean, or adding a connection from the second floor to the roof?
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is, can you go to the roof from the interior of the house?
Basically creating an opening into the roof from the existing roof that has already been built, I guess, would be a solution, and then having to have a hatch that can create rainwater intrusion. You know, it has its complications. This is very simple. It's only accessible when it's not raining.
So your intention is only to have access to the roof from this spiral staircase that's on the
Yes.
exterior?
Yes, that's the
Okay.
desire of the owner.
So, again, for me, the question goes back to, is someone clicking a pen? He's the applicant, so he gets the time. Is the idea of not building this into the design from the very beginning? And my concern is the fact that we do have many new homes coming up in Golden Shores, which is really great. It's bringing up property values, but what it's also creating is somewhat of a canyon effect to the other homes. And while for this home it's a little bit different because you're water facing, it would set a precedent for everyone else to also ask for this sort of variance, because whether that was a change in their mind or later on, or you know, I think that the fact that staff has said that you have not met that burden, you know, to Commissioner Lama's point, you could get to the roof. It would just require some additional design work if there was such a desire to get to the roof.
If it's through the interior, as Mr. Lama was mentioning, technically it is possible. It has structural challenges and other, like I was saying, water intrusion. It would be a strange hatch situation. It's not, I mean, I wouldn't say I disagree that it is a solution, but it's not a very simple one.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, are there any more questions from the commission? Okay, I'll take a motion. Okay, so.
I make a
Making
motion. Yes.
Okay, I'll take a second. Okay, so no second, so this dies.
Yeah, the application doesn't pass.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, please.
Next item is 6F, request of 19020 NBR LLC for a single-family home height variance for the property located at 19020 North Bay Road.
Next is application PZ 2023-07, a variance to increase the allowable building height of a single-family house. The property is located at 19020 North Bay Road in the Golden Shores neighborhood. There is an existing home on the property that the applicant intends to demolish in order to construct a new two-story house. The requested variance is to increase the allowable building height from 35 feet to 39 feet and 10 inches to accommodate an elevator shaft and staircase overrun for access to the rooftop terrace.
Mayor, ma'am, are there any ex-parte communications for this one, please?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, okay, the nature of those conversations.
That I was contacted by Hans Otnott. He was informing me that he was going to be representing the client on this item and that it involved an elevator.
Commissioner?
Yes, I spoke with the attorney, with Hans Ottenot, outside of the building, and he informed me of this, that he's representing the client in this item.
Thank you.
Also, conversation with the attorney Hans Otnott over the phone.
Same, outside, just before this meeting, yeah.
Okay.
And Vice Mayor Joseph, you said
have
you
not.
didn't. Thank you.
All right. Go ahead.
Here are the proposed front and rear elevations, which show how the proposed access will look in relation to the house. As shown in the site visit photo, there's an existing single-family house on the property. Staff followed the city's code, which outlines criteria for evaluating variance requests. The subject property does not have a special condition or circumstance that is not applicable to other properties in the same zoning district. This is a rectangular lot that meets the minimum width and size requirements for an R1 property, and access can be provided to the rooftop terrace through stairs or interior ceiling heights could be reduced to keep the house within the allowable building height. I'm available for any questions.
Commissioner Viscar?
No, I don't have any.
Commissioner Lama? Well, do we have the applicant here to present?
Yes.
Sorry, go ahead. It's getting late, I apologize.
I know it's getting late. Hans Ottenot, Ottenot Law, 5944 Coral Ridge Drive, Cross Springs, Florida. It is a pleasure to be back home. As most of you know, I spent 19 years of my legal career in Sunny Isles Beach as a city employee. Happy birthday to the city of Sunny Isles Beach, 26. The pictures on social media was great. The food looked good. I'll see you next year. More importantly, my client, Shlomo Miller, is here. The architect, Martin Littman, is here. And we're only requesting a minor height variance, This property or future proposed single-family home is in compliance with the code as a matter of right. So the only issue is this minor height variance. And here's the reason. I know it's very difficult at times with respect. Variances is not a bad word. I just want to make sure. When the codes are drafted, there's a reason why the code may not address all the issues in the future. That's why the word variance is used, to make sure that you can address issues that come up in the future. And here's the reason. If you look at reason to approve this minor variance, I'm going to give you a number of reasons. One, my client submitted 19 letters of support. The neighbors support this new home. They want this new home. The reason they want this new home, it will enhance the beauty of the neighborhood. Another reason, it will increase the property value. Also, this new home will be a primary home of my client. It's not going to be a rental. It's not going to be a vacation home. No negative impact in the neighborhood. More importantly, City Commission of Sunny Isles Beach approved a similar variance in 2001. And I have the resolution, and Madam Mayor, if I could approach the clerk so you get a
go
copy.
ahead. Yes.
the precedent resolution was approved for a home in Atlantic Isle. I think what we always understand is Sunny Isles Beach. What is good for Atlantic Isle is good for Golden Shores. We need to treat these neighborhoods the same. And if you look at page 3, section 3 of the approved resolution, this city commission approved a height variance for elevated shaft and roof trellis not to exceed 39 feet, 10 inches, where the code permit only 35 feet. We are asking the same approval. We want to be treated the same. There's no negative impact. There's no issues with neighbors. And more importantly, there's no HOA. We don't have to deal with HOA in Golden Shores. So I can speak about the project. I'm respectfully requesting this body, this commission, to approve this minor variance, but the pictures of the home is worth 1,000 words. And so, Martin, come show the picture. Come show this beautiful home to the commission and the residents.
Thank you, Hans. Hello again. Martin Littman, 20900 Northeast 30th Avenue, Suite 1001, Aventura, Florida, 33180. Yes, I think you all have copies of specifically some of the beautiful images of the project, R10, R11, and also some of the interiors as well in R12. I'd just like to add to Hans' beautiful presentation is basically make a point that the variance is not to exceed the height for the entire home. It's just for a small portion so that we can have access to the roof. This volume, we can call it a volume, vertical circulation is technically less than 10% of the entire roof perimeter. So this is something that is, again, minor. From the front property line, it would be set back more than 50 feet, and from the rear, it exceeds 85 feet. So technically, these additional 4 feet and change are imperceivable from the street, and the same with the rear in a boating situation, because obviously this home is on the water. So it's very small, and it's just a few additional feet to be able to extend and make this vertical circulation an enclosed, safe space, transitional space to be able to access the roof from a protected space and then exit to enjoy the beautiful views and amenities of the roof. They have them in their, yeah, I don't think, this presentation is actually not made, this isn't my presentation. These are just some snippets from, or portions of my presentation, but you all have the renderings in 3D, yeah.
Okay. Do we have any public comment?
No, ma'am, we do not.
Okay, so the public comment is closed. I just have a quick question before the commission starts. The letters of support are mostly from LLCs. Are these all from the same owners? There's no actual names. They're all LLCs that are SIB LLCs. So it looks like it's the same exact.
Madam Mayor, in fact, they're different property owners. I know my client obviously on several homes in Golden Shores, but the letters are from neighbors.
That live there?
Yes.
So they occupy these homes?
I cannot attest to that, but there are neighbors that before coming to this commission, I asked my client to go, obviously get letter of support from neighbors because that's what this commission wants.
No, I know, but I'm just asking for clarification because I want to make sure the record is correct. There's not actual names of neighbors. There's addresses with LLCs.
And as you know, there's a number of homes in Golden Shores for whatever purpose. I'm not the lawyer of some of these property owners. They obviously owned by corporate entities, even though individuals live in those homes.
So they could be rentals, renting the homes.
Some of them, but my client went out and made sure that there were people who had vested interest in the neighborhood to support it.
Okay. Commissioner Stewart, do you want to start with questions?
I have no questions.
Vice Mayor?
I would like to know whether, Amy, this question is directed to you. Are there other houses in Golden Shores on the streets between 187th and 191st that are of the same height as this structure?
The 3910 that they're proposing,
Yes.
I don't have that data in front of me right now. I'm sorry.
Well, that's important for us to know.
If you can please clarify the question.
I would like to know if there are new structures of the same height as this building is proposing
That have been approved.
that have been approved.
Okay. Are there buildings that have received variances? Is that what you're asking?
No, just of the same height with or without variances.
To exceed the 35-foot height, it would have to receive a variance, and I am not aware of variances for the 39-foot building height at Golden Shores, but I don't have that data in front of me.
Is this house 2 stories or 3 stories?
This house is proposed to be 2 stories.
Okay, but do we have any 3-story structures in Golden Shores?
I do not have that data in front of me.
Yes, there are. Yes, there are 2 stories. Oh, I'm sorry, yes. I don't have the correct or exact addresses, but it is allowable in the code, and I think Amy can confirm that. And there have been, I think, 3-story homes built. The code, from what I understand, and obviously you know much more than I do, it's 35 feet, but it doesn't specify that it has to be 2 stories. This one in particular is just 2 stories, so it is much lower than 35 feet. It's just that vertical circulation for the overrun of the elevator and the staircase, which is going over the 35 feet.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you just clarify, you said it's much lower than 35 feet?
The 2-story home, yes, you can find that in any of the elevation. For example, page A40, the height of the home is 26 feet high. So it is technically, maybe following Vice Mayor's questioning about the heights and stories of other similar homes in the neighborhood, this one that is being proposed at 26 feet is not the highest one.
Wait,
as a 2-story structure.
Can I get some clarification, Amy or City Manager?
About the proposed building height?
Yes.
So the principal structure is at 27 feet 4 inches. That's to the rooftop of the 2nd story. And then the proposal is to add the elevator shaft and staircase overrun, which will be at 39 feet 10 inches.
Okay. So it's 27, what is it, 27?
Yeah, the 27.4 is to the top of the parapet. Sorry.
Madam Mayor, basically, the air-conditioned space is 27 feet. Everything else is not an air-conditioned space. The living space where obviously within the square footage, AC space, generally when you're buying a home, you want, what is the AC space, is 27 feet. Obviously the elevated shaft and the stair overrun, we need additional height, the additional 4 feet to make it fit within, obviously, the structure.
And so that, you've said that it's 27.4 or 26. What is the reason for the elevator?
Well, to not have to walk up the staircase, but we're also proposing for the staircase to have an overrun as well, to be able to access the roof with the same staircase as you access from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor. So it's just a continuation of the main staircase of the home.
Right, but you would still be able to access the roof with the staircase, correct?
Well, we're proposing for both of them to have the overrun, the staircase and the elevator together.
And Madam Mayor, let me answer your question. In fact, my client intends to live in Sunny Isles Beach a long time. And I have a 2-story home, and I can tell you, as I get older, those staircases are difficult. So having an elevator, he's not looking today, he's looking for tomorrow also. So if I had the money, I have an elevator, but I don't have the money. Okay?
Yeah, and the elevator is also being proposed to go from the first to the second as well. It will be used to stop on both second and roof.
Okay. Commissioner Viscar, do you have questions?
No, I don't have questions. I have comments, but I don't have questions.
Do you want to save your comments, or do you want to share them now?
I mean, I can share my comments now, I
Okay.
guess. It's, I'm sure, Mr. Otna, you noticed in the back, I was a no on the president as well.
Hopefully
So
you'll be a yes today.
I just, look, I think it's good that you're coming for the variance before you start construction, so we don't have the staircase issue, so that's good. But again, I don't see the hardship. I think future possibilities don't carry the day, and you know, we should color within the lines, and we make exceptions when needed. I don't see the need. I think we're talking about preferences, and a preference, to me, is not an issue. It's not a problem. It's a preference, and for me, that doesn't call for a variance. But and I get to be consistent. So,
Commissioner Lama?
Yeah, I have a question. So I'm looking at this, this plan here, this drawing. So I see that the actual home goes to 27 feet, 4 inches, correct? And then we get to 35 feet. So the actual height of the whole structure, including the structure here for the staircase and the elevator, will be 35.8? Is that correct?
3910.
I don't see a 3910.
Well, the thing
maybe I'm
is-
not looking at the right, yeah.
Yeah, if you, there's two types of dimensions in the elevations. One is for the actual height of the home, and the other is including the height from Crown of Road. So,
including the height from what?
From Crown of Road, which is how code establishes the height,
Mhm.
unfortunately, which, being that you're asking about that, it's good to basically mention that out of the 35 feet that is allowed, we are losing 5 feet between Crown of Road and what code.
The elevation from
The flood
from the
elevation,
street,
which the
yeah.
code, you know, forces
Mhm.
you to raise the home. So,
Okay.
not to say, you know, it is a condition that everybody has to comply with, but it's worth mentioning that there are 5 feet that are being lost in that situation, so.
Do you have anything else?
No, thanks.
Vice Mayor?
I'd just like to say that unless you know construction, some of these issues, you know, you don't think to consider them.
Commissioner Stevenson? Okay, so so thank you for bringing this historical. I remember that meeting, and I believe in that meeting, the request was made by someone that had an existing disability that was known to not allow him to, that required an elevator. My concern here, and what you bring up about the elevation, is if we need to change the code, then that's what we need to do. And if the neighborhood is changing, then it needs to be a bigger discussion that includes everyone in the neighborhood, not just, you know, half of these being LLCs. I can tell you what I said before, which is the neighborhood is changing. These kinds of homes, and it looks lovely, is going to bring up the property values, but it does impact the rest of the neighborhood. And I can only imagine if we start popping up these sort of homes all over the place with little mushrooms, it does change the way that that neighborhood is going to look. So if we as a body need to change the code, then that's something we need to discuss. But I as well am not in support of this.
Mayor, can I add one
Yes, you
one
may,
more comment?
please.
Before we came here tonight, you know, when Mr. Malure decided to retain me as his lawyer, the first thing that I told him, look, sit down with the architect, see if you can meet the 35 feet so we don't have to come before the commission. And unfortunately, as the vice mayor, there's structural issues. That really becomes a hardship, because when Commissioner Viscara said about hardship, that hardship was established by the precedent in 2001. So as the lawyer for Mr. Malou, I have to give him reasonable expectation that, look, you asking for the same thing that this commission has approved in 2001. And for a resident, unlike any business, you want some reasonable expectation that this commission will look at this precedent that has no negative impact on neighbors, that's really a structural issue. It has no difference. In fact, when you look at the home when it's finally constructed, it's going to look 35 feet. This is more of a parapet and for the elevator shaft. And all I'm asking this commission is to, if it was approved for Atlantic Island, why not Golden Shores? You know the history. Atlantic Islands get all the goodies. Golden Shores don't get anything.
Well,
so let's change that history. Let's treat the same request from 35 to 39. No difference, Mayor. No difference. And so there is a hardship because in 2000, that precedent was a hardship. It was approved. It was approved.
It was 2021.
2021.
Right.
If I may, Mayor,
please.
just to comment on, there is no precedent with regards, from a legal standpoint, there's no precedent on a variance. The fact that you've approved this as a body before doesn't serve to bind you in any way on any future considerations. Each variance is judged on its own through the quasi-judicial process. It's not a precedent.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so with that, I'll take a motion.
I have one more question.
Oh,
May I, please?
sure.
So I'm looking at the front. I'm looking at the picture of the front of the house. How far back would this structure be? If I'm looking at the front of the home, how far back from the top of the actual home
From the
would
front,
be?
50 feet, when the front setback for the first 2 floors is 25. And in the rear, 85 feet when the rear setback is 40.
So how far back from the edge of the roof?
An additional 25.
25 feet back from the
Correct.
edge of the roof.
Correct.
I'm not even see it.
And again, this is only an additional 4 feet that we're asking for.
Well, it's almost 5 feet.
I'm sorry, almost 5, but what I'm saying is,
410, yeah.
if you lower the interior heights of the first 2 floors, you can still build this, but of course it would diminish interior height to a point where it's very uncomfortable. So I just wanted to make that point because it is allowed to do a 3rd story.
What's the current height, you said?
Correct.
What is the ceiling height?
They will be diminished at
No, but what are they now?
12 and 10, I believe,
And they would be diminished to,
under 8.
Yeah, that would be
so
what
Yeah,
standard?
It's not, well, code is 7, I believe, but,
Okay.
I mean, it's,
All right, if there's no more questions, I'll take a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call?
Commissioner Lama,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Joseph,
Yes.
Commissioner Viscara,
No.
Commissioner Stuyvesant,
No.
Mayor Svechen.
No.
The application is rejected.
Next item, please. Thank you.
We are now in ordinances for second reading. An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Sunny Isles Beach, Florida, amending Section 265-5 definitions of the Land Development Code to revise the definition of the term waterfront, providing for repealer, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for an effective date. This is second and final.
All right, so before we go on, I just want to remind you that I may have a conflict with this item, so in an effort to be abundantly safe with this, I'm going to recuse myself, and Vice Mayor, you have the gavels.
Yes, thank you. Amy,
Okay, thank you.
please proceed.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is the second reading of an ordinance to amend the text of Section 265-5 of the Land Development Code. This section has definitions of terms that are used throughout the code and provides a definition for the term waterfront. The term is used in the RMF-2 zoning district for application of a bonus program. The current definition states that any site that abuts any body of water is considered waterfront. The proposed definition provides a measurement for what constitutes a waterfront lot, which is 75% of one lot line abutting a body of water that is not a decorative water feature, a swimming pool, or stormwater management area. Further, this waterfront condition must have existed when the lot became of record. The purpose of revising the waterfront definition is to be proactive and to hinder future developers from subdividing and consolidating lots in order to achieve a bonus that is not truly appropriate. This is not intended to target existing buildings and does not change the zoning of any properties. I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Amy.
The
Mr.
applicant,
Clerk?
excuse me, I'm so sorry.
Any speakers?
Yes, it is very late. Apologize. Yes, we do. We have Alan Cole.
Please state your name and address.
Alan Call, 210 174th Street, Unit 2311, Sunny Isles, and that's the Winston Tower 600.
Thank you, Alan. Please proceed.
And so I've lived here 32 years, and the main question I have is why, 40 years later, that they want to declassify our building, and I do believe this is the one and only building on this topic for this declassification. And I just wanted to remind you all that the Winston Tower, and I speak for not only Winston Tower 600, but the whole block, we've been proactive in this city from before day one, before 26 years ago, and congratulations, it was a nice ceremony, but I want to take us back to 26 years ago when David Sampson, although he was in Winston Tower 200, he always considered us to be one block. And one instant in particular was in his office when the office was in the RK Plaza on the second floor. A couple of us from the Winston Tower 600 came to his office with a problem, and to my surprise, he tackled it, and he got on the phone and he called Senator Bob Graham, and incredible. This man was incredible, and also Norman Idlecup, that was a commissioner at that time, that helped him and pushed to make this a city. And that green grass, the Sampson Park there, that was, a couple hotels there. We pushed, and I can challenge anyone that we had more votes from the Winston Tower 600 because that was our view. But likewise, we fought for the walkways and other facilities in this property. And I just want to say that, support us. And we just want to let it be known that we're going to be here for another 30, 40 years, and we're proud to be Winston Tower 600.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Bonnie Klein.
My name is Bonnie Klein.
Yes, please pull it down. Yes, thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Perfect.
My name is Bonnie Klein, and I'm also a resident of the 600 Winston Towers building. Unlike Alan, I recently bought my property, and I found out in late May that you were having a meeting to discuss the declassification from the waterfront designation. I went to that meeting. I had just found out about it. I don't know that I fully understood, but there didn't seem to be very much of a compelling reason to declassify the building that I could understand. I think that this declassification is injurious to the people that own in there. I think it. There was a board meeting today at Winston Towers 600, and afterwards there's some informal discussion where one person said that this would change our assessment, this designation, but also lower our valuation on land record, on I guess tax records. So this would cause a devaluation of our property. I understand that we're the only property targeted to receive this declassification and this injury, I think. And I want to object to that. Also, I feel the people that bought there should be grandfathered. They bought there under a certain idea, and now what they bought is being, the characterization is being changed. So I wanted to object to that. I guess that's probably all I have to say. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, are there any other speakers?
That's all for public speakers.
Okay. Could I please ask the city attorney for clarification regarding the effects of this change?
Yes, Vice Mayor. It's not a declassification of the property. It's a zoning definition that is changing for purposes of future development that may seek to access density bonuses. So it's not a change. It's not being declassified. It's not, what the property appraiser does. Again, we don't control what the property appraiser does, but it doesn't change the physical aspects of the property or whatever metrics the property appraiser may use to assess the property. It's a technical zone, and it's the land use folks are used to these technical definitions, and it's really for future applications of development that seek to either bundle properties together to try to get height bonuses and density bonuses. So it's really a tool of a zoning application and review for the future. It's not a declassification of the building today.
Okay, now in your opinion, could this change have any negative effect on the city as far as any type of lawsuit?
No, I don't believe so. Again, you can never foresee into the future. No one has a crystal ball, but from our assessment, no.
Okay.
Comments from the commission, discussion?
Anyone?
Yeah, I just want to state what I stated during the last commission meeting and to mimic a little bit of what our city attorney said. This is not a targeted, let's say, zoning definition that we're trying to change. I think this, and the intent of this is to protect the city from anybody in the future purchasing that property perhaps and kind of taking advantage of saying that this is a waterfront property and then obtaining extra bonuses and perhaps trying to, build a huge building there, right on Collins Avenue on the west side. I think that all of the residents here, or most of them, would not want to see the west side of Collins Avenue built the way the east side of Collins Avenue has been built. So I think the intent of this is to protect the residents of the city from having something that will not be beneficial. I just don't see how, this is going to change, like the attorney said, is going to change the building itself, or even, the appraisal of the property. But yeah, this is something that is forward-looking, so we could, protect the city from anybody trying to take advantage of a classification that, in reality, just because, what is it, 10 feet of water there on the side? Yeah. So I think this is something that must be done. It's not a targeted item that we have on the agenda, not at all.
If I may?
Yes, please.
Also, I'll echo a little bit of what you said. This is our staff going through our code, trying to iron out the wrinkles. And the definition of waterfront was one of those wrinkles. And just to put it simply, it's to when you have waterfront, you are then you can try and you can ask for bonuses. They're discretionary, they're not guaranteed, but when you're waterfront, you can ask for bonuses. And so by defining waterfront, it prevents something silly like, well, how about we build a koi pond and now we're waterfront, and now we can maybe get more bonuses or something like that. So this is preventing that. And it so happens that it's not targeting your building. It so happens that your building happens to have a little piece of it. And the only way that this would, this is being responsive to residents asking or saying, oh, we don't want, or what you're saying, you know, like the west side, we don't want the west side to become, we don't want to become the canyon. Well, this is one of the ways, the beginning of that, how we're protecting the west side from becoming that. And if it's not waterfront, then it can't become that, because those waterfront buildings are what they are. The oceanside buildings are what they are because they were granted all these other bonuses. So there's no, the only way, like in the case of Winston Tower 600, that this would impact you is if the building was no longer there, if the developer who bought that also bought another piece of land, you know, like I guess the Winston Tower's behind it, that is waterfront, and then wanted to apply. I mean, it's so far removed from anything that's probably gonna be in our lifetime. I don't see really a negative impact, but defining waterfront does give us cover in other areas to prevent this kind of future play on words, where then we end up with buildings that most residents don't want. So.
Yes, please. Come up and state your name, please.
Yes, my name is Bonnie Klein. Could you explain what these bonuses are? And I was told that it's only our building, Winston Tower 600, but you mentioned that the building next to us can still be considered waterfront. Is that what I understood?
Well, we're not supposed to go back and forth in this forum, but I would defer to staff to answer those technical questions.
Possibly Amy, can you answer that?
So the bonus program that's available in the RMF-2 zoning district says that if you are a waterfront property, then it's your option to participate in the public streetscape bonus, which would provide you with a 0.5 FAR bonus.
I think that was my understanding, that this bonus is very small, the extra bonus that you get from being waterfront. So I don't think that leaving our classification as being waterfront would lead to having a building built that's the same as is on the east side, because it's just a very small bonus. Also, I believe on the west side that we're limited to 19, I don't know, it's 19 stories or 190 feet. 190 feet, I'm sorry. So that restriction would still be there even if we continue to be waterfront. So it's a very minor bonus. And what I don't understand is I believe this is because we have this water on the side of us, a canal. So I believe that you're letting the other Winston Tower buildings keep the waterfront designation, is what I understand, and only our building is being denied that designation. These are some of the questions and comments that I'd like to make.
May I?
Well, yes, please.
Yeah, so the designation, I think that the new definition would be 75% facing the water. And obviously the 600, the Winston Tower 600 doesn't have 75% of the structure facing the water. So, with the new definition that we are trying to pass now, That will be the new definition of what would be considered a waterfront property. Okay, because right now it is very ambiguous. Any structure that abuts the water it's kind of could be considered waterfront at this moment. So what we're trying to do is make the language tighter and have clear definitions.
When you say 75, I think that the whole the whole southern exposure faces the water, which is, I'm not sure whether that would be 75% or, when you say face, like, does the west side, is that considered facing water? And what about the Winston Towers next to us? Is that continue to have the waterfront classification?
Yeah, I mean, Amy, she could answer, but I mean, you have the rest of the Winston Towers, which are basically, well, surrounded by water. Yeah.
They have the canal along the back, but we also have the canal along the back, I believe. In any case, it seems that we're being singled out if the rest of Winston Towers are able to have that classification and that we don't. And I do feel that that's like a targeting type of.
It's for the entire city, ma'am. It's not only for, your building. Your building happens to have that situation. It's not against the 600.
Oh, there are other buildings that you're changing?
There's other places in the
that you're
in the
changing
city.
the classification?
Yeah. It's not only for the.
There are other slivers
Yeah.
of property. That's what the reasoning is for the redefinition.
Okay, that's a clarification, because I was told we're the only building. Maybe we're the only building in Winston Towers. Maybe that's what I heard. Okay, thank you for the
Thank you
clarification.
very much. Have a good night. Okay, so in that regard, I'll ask for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Stuyvesant. Yes. Vice Mayor Joseph.
Yes.
Commissioner Lama.
Yes.
Commissioner Viscara.
Yes.
And for the record, Mayor Svetchin recused herself. The ordinance passes 4-0.
Thank you. And I hand the gavel back over to the mayor.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Next item is 10D, a resolution authorizing the Chief of Police in accordance with the Comprehensive Crime Control Act of 1984 to expend forfeiture funds from the Department of Justice for the purchase of 2 Marine Patrol vessels and real-time crime center-related electronic systems and equipment. And we're going to combine this with the next 2 items, Mayor. 10E is a resolution repealing resolution number 2022-3321, approving the purchase of 2 police vessels from Phoenix Trading, Inc. And 10F is a resolution approving an agreement with Millennium Products to furnish and install electronic systems and equipment related to the Police Department's real-time crime center.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Commission. The Police Department was given approval to utilize Department of Justice forfeiture funds to purchase a police vessel in April 2022 for $311,330.09. The vendor was unable to fulfill the order for that vessel per the terms of the contract, which was terminated. The Police Department is now seeking approval to utilize an additional $87,124.31 to purchase 2 police vessels from Phoenix Trading, Inc. via GSA contract. The new vendor has 2 vessels built and in stock available for immediate purchase. Having a second police vessel will allow the newly expanded Marine Patrol unit to be operational 7 days a week. Each operator would be assigned their own vessel, which would minimize the strain of operating a vessel every day, extending the life of both vessels and ensuring they're operational as much as possible. Additionally, the Police Department is seeking approval to purchase a real-time crime center build from Millennium Products, Inc. for $193,810.60, which includes a 10% contingency via GSA contract. The real-time crime center build will allow the Police Department to maximize the effectiveness of the license plate reader and CCTV systems by utilizing 655-inch narrow bezel video monitors and requisite software that will act as a repository for the systems. This will allow our communications officers to be able to access both systems from their workstations. They will be able to utilize both systems on large interfaces to assist our officers with getting real-time information they need to do their jobs. This large display will also allow our communications officers to passively monitor different areas of the city and potentially private entities who elect to share their video feeds with the police department. This collaboration will enhance public safety and ensure that the use of the technology is maximized. Should I go into the repealing of the reso, since we're combining?
Yeah, you
the
could
areas?
just clarify the reason
Okay.
for it.
Okay, we are also going to repeal the reso originally authored for the purchase of that boat that we were unable to, that the vendor was unable to produce. Again, mentioning the new vessel purchases via GSA contract. And then the agreement with Millennium Products, Inc. for that real-time center build, which was explained.
Thank you. Do
Sure.
we have any public speakers?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Commissioner Stuyvesant, do you have questions? Vice Mayor?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Lama? Commissioner Viscara?
Just my comment.
Sure.
Forfeitures are my favorite.
All right. Keep trying to get them.
And the boats, now this is kind of two for the price of one now,
Kind of,
right?
almost.
And we're just asking for the difference.
Correct.
And,
We're going to sell the boat that's previously in service to recoup even more of the money.
okay, even
Close
better.
the gap even more.
Even better. And another example of, you think you've bought something and stuff just falls
Sure,
apart. And-
after a
and
year.
we have to adjust, and this is not a budget amendment.
It's
This is
not.
forfeiture funds. We like
Right.
forfeiture funds, so those are my only comments.
Okay, thank you. And that's an example of the real-time crime center build.
Thank you.
That's
Thank
Sure.
you. I'll take a motion.
So
Motion.
moved.
You got somebody, Mauricio? Okay.
I got somebody.
This is voice vote, so all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Okay, next item, please.
Next item is 10G, a resolution approving an interlocal agreement between Miami-Dade County and the City of Sunny Isles Beach for enforcement of Section 8CC of the Miami-Dade County Code to establish a civil citation program for misdemeanors.
The City of Sunny Isles Beach would like to enter into an interlocal agreement with Miami-Dade County so the police department can continue to issue civil citations when appropriate. The agreement will allow our police officers to issue civil citations in lieu of making an arrest for misdemeanor infractions of enumerated sections of the Miami-Dade County Code. Oftentimes, officers have enforcement discretion, and the use of these civil citations gives our officers another option when enforcing the law or ordinances.
Thank you. Commissioner,
Sure.
do we have any public speakers?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Viscara?
No, I support this. I think you guys should have, especially with minor things, to have the discretion, something silly. Like, I think the example that was given before was like when you're fishing off a bridge or off a sidewalk and you're not,
Right.
you don't want to have to drive somebody in for something like that. You want to be able to handle that
Sure.
and go on your merry way. So I fully support, that discretion.
Commissioner Lama?
No questions, thanks.
Vice Mayor?
So I just have one question. What is the most pertinent issue that this might cover?
I mean, it could be anything enumerated in the interlocal agreement. I mean, it could be something like marijuana possession,
Right.
would be one of the more serious infractions, so to speak, that we could use a civil citation for. That's probably the most prevalent, if that answers your question.
To what degree now do we ticket marijuana?
Lieutenant, I don't think, we want to get into the specifics of our enforcement regarding that.
Commissioner Stuyvesant? Okay, I'll take a motion.
Second.
Okay, this is voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, passes. Next
Thank you.
item, thank you.
10H is a resolution awarding request for proposals 230501-2 and approving agreements with, excuse me, Mayor, that's the wrong title. So it's awarding a request for proposals to Prestige Auto Transport Towing and Recovery and Downtown Towing Company to provide police towing services and authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute said agreements, provided they are first approved as to form and legal sufficiency by the city attorney.
Okay, the City of Sunny Isles Beach intends to enter into an agreement with Downtown Towing and Prestige Auto Transport and Recovery, Inc. to provide towing services on a month-to-month rotating basis. The awarded firms will provide 24-hour towing service 365 days per year. The proposer will supply the city with priority services. Contractor and subcontractor facilities shall be within 7-mile radius of the city. In order to make the determination for award on June 5th, 2023, the evaluation committee met in a sunshine publicly advertised meeting to evaluate the 2 proposals received. The evaluation was based on the assigned criteria within the RFP. The committee ranked and deemed both firms responsible and responsive to perform the services outlined in the RFP based on the minimum qualification requirements and criteria.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Any questions from the commission?
No.
No? Take a do we have any public speakers?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'll take a motion.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay, let's move on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are going to combine 10I and 10J. It's a resolution awarding invitation to bid number 2304012 and approving agreements with DRC Emergency Services LLC as a primary bidder and Phillips Jordan Inc. as a secondary bidder to provide disaster debris management removal services. 10J is a resolution awarding request for proposals number 230402 and entering into agreement with Disaster Program and Operations, Inc. for disaster debris monitoring services.
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission, this is something we hope to never use, but if we need to have debris removal or monitoring, we would then put these contracts into effect.
Great, thank you. Do we have any public speakers?
No, ma'am.
Questions from the commission? Commissioner Viscar?
No questions.
Commissioner Lama?
No question.
Vice Mayor?
No.
Commissioner Stubis? I'll take a motion.
So moved.
Motion.
Second by Vice Mayor. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, let's move on.
10K is a resolution ratifying the acceptance of a grant award for information technology services.
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission, we are asking for your approval to accept a grant.
Thank you. Do we have any public speakers?
No, ma'am.
Okay, sitting attorney, if you can clarify the process here.
My apologies. Correct, under Chapter 286 and Chapter 119, the content and/or nature of the grant is protected by Florida statute and from disclosure, so there should be no discussion in that regard.
Great, I'll take a motion.
So moved.
Second Stubis, and everyone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Next item.
10L is a resolution amending resolution number 2023-3488, approving the selection of members to the Mobility Pedestrian Safety Advisory Committee, accepting the resignation of Ashok R. Patel, and approving the appointments of Mackenzie, I can't remember his first-
Michael.
Michael Mackenzie
Michael
to fill the vacancy.
Great. Was the rest of the commission advised that the chair of that committee
No,
resigned?
I was going to mention that right now.
Please, okay.
So we received the appointment. Mr. Patel was the appointment of the mayor, so it's her appointment to, her vacancy to fill. She submitted the name, and I spoke with the applicant who also submitted an application. His name is Michael Mackenzie. He is a former law enforcement officer, so his information is protected as well under Florida statutes.
Okay. Do we have any public speakers?
No, ma'am.
Any questions or comments from the commission?
Mr. Patel, was he the chair?
Yes.
So this fellow is also then the chair.
No, it's my understanding that while I thought that the vice chair would become the chair, the committee will have to still vote for a chair.
Okay, perfect.
Commissioner Stewart?
No problem.
Okay, I'll take a motion.
So
Motion.
moved. Second.
Second by Commissioner Viscara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. 10L.
10M is a resolution rejecting all bids received for invitation to bid number 230301 for the City of Sunny Isles Beach Central Island Drainage Improvement and City of North Miami Beach Distribution System water main replacements.
Evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and staff. This is for the Central Island Drainage Project, which we co-bid with North Miami Beach. Due to, I guess, complexities in the bid package, we only received one bid on the project. So at this time, we'd like to reject that bid, which would then allow us to reanalyze the bid and rebid the project.
Do we have any public speakers?
No, ma'am.
Any questions from the commission?
Just sadness that it delays the process of having the pumps installed, but I understand why.
I'll take a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
10N is a resolution accepting the results of the special election held on Tuesday, May 23rd, 2023, on the proposed charter amendments. So, as you all recall, Mayor and Commissioners, on May 23rd, we held a special election to submit the proposed revisions presented by the Charter Revision Commission to the electorate. All 14 amendments were approved by the electorate, and this is just formalizing those results and accepting the official results.
Do we have any public speakers?
No, ma'am.
Any comments or questions?
If I may, I just.
Please, go ahead.
One more time, I just want to pat, or I'm so tired, or give kudos to the CRC, who really did a great job, and I think it's reflected in the voters accepting all the recommendations. So thank you again, and that'll be it for me.
All right, did you want to make the motion?
I'll make the motion.
Need a second?
Second.
Second by the Vice Mayor. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, passes. So now we're on to discussion items.
12A is a discussion regarding a no-wake zone by Vice Mayor Joseph.
Yes, thank you. So I've had the opportunity to ride with our Marine Patrol, and I was actually out on a 6-hour period several weeks ago, and this had been during the time when there had been slow speed on the Intercoastal, but now the timing has changed, and now we don't have no wake, which we're in that part of the season where boats can go basically full out in our zone. Hollywood is one of the cities that has been through their efforts and through the Florida Wildlife Commission has been able to have their Intercoastal change to no wake all year, and that's what I'm attempting to have done in our zone. So I've contacted the police chief from Hallandale, and also the city attorney, and also another attorney by the name of Albert Angel, who was instrumental in getting their resolution, as well as their passage from FWC for their all year no wake, and they're willing to work with us on a basis where we would not be charged for their efforts to assist us. There is a template from Miami Beach that they had used to obtain their no wake zone. We have it currently. It was sent to us, and we just have to proceed. Unfortunately, at this time of year, being that it's full out, we don't write as many tickets for speeding, and we have an electronic system now that's coming in on our vessels that would make it easier to record our speeding tickets and reckless driving tickets. But, and we tried with Rob Ostrov, who's our Marine officer, to create a record of his past tickets, but I don't think it's that many right now. But I'll call Mike Mulvaney up to speak regarding that matter.
No.
But, excuse me?
This is discussion item between us.
Well, Mike has information regarding proceeding.
Well, is there any, I just want to make it clear, because right now what we're planning to do, hopefully, because I think everyone is in support, is anyone against the staff looking into something like this? It seems like common sense.
Fully in support,
Yeah.
fully in support.
Do you have any objection?
I just request the no wake zone, the whole Sunny Isles, to, yes.
Yes, it's
So-
throughout
No, the map
Sunny
right now,
Isles.
how we have it right now, and what will be the difference? Like, we
There would
have
be-
certain areas right
We have
now.
6 months.
Yes,
Is it time of the year?
He's asking for full
Yeah.
So
year.
it would be all year, no wake.
the whole Sunny Isles.
Yes. all
Well,
of Sunny Isles,
If
correct?
I may, Mayor.
Yes.
We will need under the statute to specify certain areas. I don't believe that you can request an entire, because there's idle speed, no wake, there's slow speed, minimum wake, and there's numerical speed limits. So we're gonna have to decide what it is we want and where, and an application for the entire city it's candidly, the Florida Fish and Wildlife will not consider.
If I may.
One second, but doesn't the vice mayor have the section that he was talking about?
Potentially, but I just heard for the whole city, that's
Well,
why.
yes, I understand,
Well-
but I meant for, if you're saying that we can't do that, then let's start with something.
Right, we just need to identify what area staff needs to look into.
Yeah, my,
Okay.
my request was to have a map right now of what areas do we have designated as what, like the 3 different designations on the water side. So that'll be my
To have
request.
staff
Yeah,
give,
yeah, just to, for the future, yeah.
I understand,
I
okay.
think that what the takeaway here is, because there seems to be consensus, that we give direction just to research the matter further, then you guys come back with, the sections and the map and everything else, but I think we're supportive. I think it's a very good thing to look into,
Agreed.
and we can just give the direction and we can move on.
Is
Now,
that,
the issue, if I can say.
Sure, of course.
The issue is that we can't actually, and our situation is different than Hollywood because they have a more narrow intracoastal. So basically, FWC looks at either, they don't care about property damage, even though we have many properties which I would like to see the no wake so that we don't have the the salt water going over people's docks into their
yeah, we're in agreement.
pools and all. But we have, the timing right now is for not that many speeding tickets get written. So the thing is to get our ducks in a row now with our resolution, because we also have to send it to Miami-Dade Commission to also accept our resolution before we can do anything else.
Okay,
Yeah,
city manager,
Mayor,
please, go ahead.
So just so I understand, you are directing me to research establishing no wake zone in the
Year-round.
city?
Yes,
Okay, I
Yes.
think I understand. Thank
okay,
you.
so,
As the first step, you had also, city manager, spoken with Michelle.
Yes, I've had conversations with the chief and his staff in doing some background research. So we just needed, I think, clarification and direction from the commission for us to proceed further, and we will research further
yeah, I
as to
think you
what
have,
needs to be done.
you have that.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
And my understanding is that if we can have our resolution prepared and then send it to Miami-Dade for their approval, and at that, not yet, but when we get closer to November, when the zoning changes again, so that our Marine Patrol at that time will also have 2 vessels out there with the new electronics, so we can actually, in a short period of time, from what I'm being told, we would have enough citations built up to prove that we have reasoning to change the zoning.
Go ahead. Okay,
Thank you.
all right, so, Commissioner Viscara, you're next.
Okay, so the Police Athletic League is something that I've been trying to get some traction on for some time. And I understand that Chief Santiago and staff have been working on it, and that we now have, we're looking at possibly a coalition of a couple of us coastal cities and smaller cities coming together and creating a league where we can share resources and parks, et cetera. And if you don't mind, I think Chief had more details on this than I do, and I was hoping that he could speak to that.
Are you?
Go ahead.
Would you like me to call the chief up and ask for more information?
Sure, Chief, if you want to come up, please, because this item is fortunately hopefully is going to get passed already in our budget. So it's a good opportunity for the public to hear what you're doing, the good work that you're doing.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission, Mr. Manager. So I'm going to do a brief summary on June 6th. Lieutenant Police and I attended a meeting in Aventura to discuss POW. The vision is to be a combination of Aventura Police Department, Golden Beach Police Department, and us, Sunny Isles Beach. We came up with a name, the Intercoastal Police Athletic League. The intention is to be exclusive to the kids who live in our cities. The age range is from 5 to 18 years. There's an exception up to 21 years of age if you're a police explorer, but the program is focused on kids aged 13 and up. Reference, that's the most influential time that POW has recognized where we can make much more difference because they're entering middle school, and that's when the trouble starts. Mm-hmm. So the next step is the coordinator of the program, which is being done right now, is creating a 501c3, and each agency is going to have 2 board members that are going to sit on the executive board, so we're all equal. And the suggestion was 1 from Parks and Recs and 1 from PD. Again, this is going to be a combination. This is going to be a team of Parks and Recs and PD. That's the way it's going to work. Without the support of the Parks and Recs, it's not going to go well. So we already have a line item budgeted for the program, and we're also looking to, we have 1 shot at it, and we're also looking to go to forfeiture and try to put an equal amount each agency, because we have 1 shot in the beginning to get it started. And I believe, I'll clarify, I believe it's 25,000. We're still waiting for an answer, 25,000 each agency that we can go up to. So we're still waiting for the answer from DOJ, but it is allowable. And we're looking to have it established and ready to go, if everything goes smoothly, by December of 2023. Each city will be asked to create a list of facilities and assets that can be shared for this program. And the POW will be a function of our Community Resource Unit, which is currently supervised by Sergeant Patty Gonzalez, who will also work with Parks and Recs. The POW program will enhance our current programming. We strongly feel that this program will build character development and decrease juvenile calls for service, reference having a free program in place for kids to participate in while bridging the gap between the police department and our youth. So that's the summary that I have for now.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
So Mayor, I think what we're looking for is direction, again, from you all as a group, that we would move forward with the POW program based on the research that the chief has done.
I don't think we have any objections.
No.
No. Yes.
Not
Go.
at all.
Go ahead.
It sounds even better than what I imagined, really.
Yeah.
So I think you guys are really hitting it out of the park on this one, and hopefully we can actually do that in some ball games when we get it going. Thank you for dedicating the time and the resources to developing this and the relationships. I think it'll be a great benefit for our communities.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank
We're
you.
100% behind you.
All right. Next item, Commissioner
I
Stuyvesant.
would like to defer my 3 items for next time. Either for, I
Thank
think we're
you.
gonna
Next
talk about
year?
this in the workshops for the budget.
Yes.
And if not, then we can, whatever is necessary for the July commission meeting.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. So now we're at the Citizens Forum. Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, ma'am, we do. David Virgil.
We fixed the flag.
Oh, yeah. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commission. My name is David Virgil. My address is 17500 North Bay Road. First of all, I want to say that the 26th anniversary event was great. The food and entertainment was fantastic. The drone show was amazing.
Yes.
But I'm here because I noticed that sprinklers along the median of 174th Street between Winston Towers 100 and 200 usually turn on like every 2 minutes. They spray for like 5 seconds and then they go back down. I wanted to know if that was like on purpose or if that was like a malfunction. That's basically.
I'll let the city manager
Yeah, I've
address that.
actually dealt with that.
We're taking notes. Can you repeat where it was?
It's on the median on 174th Street between Winston Towers 100 and Winston Towers 200. Yeah, they turn on like every minute.
We'll look into it. Thank you, David.
If I can just say, I've spoken with Susan several times regarding this. Now, have you noticed, have they recently put new plantings?
I'm not sure, but I noticed it last week, and I've been noticing it for like the past few months.
Right. And about what time of the day?
It was like
Mornings?
around 12 p.m. last
Oh.
week, and
So
a few weeks
noon.
ago it was around 6 p.m. So maybe it happens all
That's
day.
unusual.
Yeah. I'm
Because
not really
he's supposed to come on before 6 a.m. and run, and then not be on the rest of the day. Because what I had reported to me was they were coming on around 8 o'clock and washing cars as they drove down the street.
Sometimes that happens, but
No,
it's usually
thank you,
quick
David,
burst.
for bringing us
Yeah,
to our
that's it.
attention, and, you know,
Thank you.
we'll-
Thank you.
city
Motion
manager.
to
We'll look into it
adjourn.
again.
Wait, we don't
Hold
have,
on.
we have more
One
speakers.
more.
The last one, this is the last one. Joel Benarock.
Please come up, Joel, your name and address for the record. And thank you for being patient and sticking around. It's fantastic.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joel Benrock. I live in North Bay Road, Bay Country Club. Before I talk about that, before I talk about the corruption in our building again, we got more document, more proof to show you. But I'd like to invite all of you to come to our building tomorrow morning so you can see the building, how it looks after spending $8 billion. Look like a giant dump. It looks so bad. You have to come and look at it for yourself. We have two bad board members in our building. They've only been living there between 5 to 10 years, and they're the one creating all the lawsuit. They just created a lawsuit of the defamation against the union owner of our building. They took an $800,000 credit line without asking any union owner permission. The worst part, they bought the union owner's apartment because they want him out of the building so bad because he had a lot of evidence against him. So they bought the apartment for $650,000. We're definitely not going to get $650,000. If we're lucky enough to get $450,000, these people are so corrupted. They put a $800,000 credit line against our building if we don't pay it back. And they're paying about $6,000 each interest since May of last year. They didn't tell us that till December. They didn't say anything. They just went and do whatever they want. They put our home in risk. It's not fair allowing people on the board to do whatever they want without asking the union owners permission.
You still have time if you wanted to continue.
We tried calling the U.S. Attorney's Office. They don't want to help us. Your assistant told me to call the DBS.
So,
they will not help us.
unfortunately, right now, there's no ombudsman. They're going to be bringing someone in. And so we've been in touch with the secretary to set something up to somehow address this, because as you know, because it's private property, this body does not have the ability to come in and do anything unless there is something criminal, which I believe you've already presented some of this to the
We have
PD.
documents. My mom got documents by someone who was suing them.
Right.
We got a lot of documents there.
No, I know.
Taking a loan without asking the union to vote for you, you can't do that.
Right, and
That's
this is,
against the
you
law.
know,
They need to commit
this is a
the
chronic problem. This is a chronic problem in condominiums across the state, and so you and I have spoken about this, and it's in the works to really escalate it and get you some relief.
I want to come and see you and show you everything we have.
I know, I've been to your
One-
building.
Just to let you know, the two of them are friends. He didn't go in procedures in every building, screening. They didn't do the screening part, says they're friends. He got sued from another building.
Thank you, Joe.
And the last thing I want to add to all of you, like you were talking about 174th, you have two signs. One says no U-turn, the big one's not small, and the little one. People make U-turn. I really think you should put a camera there. Since
Thank
people
you.
don't care.
I agree with you, but that's not on the agenda, so we can't talk
know.
about it. All right, thank you very much, Joe.
Thank you. Have a good
I'll
night.
take a motion to adjourn.
I just want to, can I say something?
Of course.
No, I just wanted to thank staff for the excellent celebration that they put together on Sunday. it was just amazing. Everybody was happy, and yeah, it was just a great, great event. And I know a lot of work goes into that, and they changed it up. I think, you know, the way it was set up, the food, the music, everything, it was excellent. And you deserve a huge round of applause for that. So thank you very much.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Should have done that in the beginning when
Thank you,
there's more
everyone.
people
Have a
here.
good evening,
No.
everyone.
All right, so thank you, Joel. Take a motion.
So moved.
All right. We're
Okay.
adjourned.
Thank you, everyone.